Shalom.
Shalom.
How are you doing, David?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
Good. I totally forgot we said we were going to do this. Um, and I am so glad you messaged me. Uh, and we have Dominic here, who's an interesting, called member. Have you been watching my channel?
Have I?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've been keeping up with it.
I lost your voice.
A couple of the ones I find especially interesting would be was actually the Black Hebrew Israelite stuff.
Okay.
When I was in high school, I became interested in the Nation of Islam, specifically Malcolm X. And so when all of this stuff was coming forward because of my interest in Messianic Christianity, it was very, very interesting to see the idea of Black Hebrew Israelites, because I could see some of the places where I think it started. I don't know if you'd agree with some of that, but
I do think, I mean, yeah, that's where the Black Hebrew Israelite stuff started. But so the main reason I asked if you're keeping up is because lately we've been joined by someone who works at Chosen People Ministries.
yes, yeah, I saw that. I saw the beginning of that interaction. Yeah.
It's been an interesting experience. And like when you said you wanted to look at the Book of Jonah, I was like, Well, first of all, our discussion, for anybody who doesn't remember, our discussion about just everything, but mostly Mashiach ben Yosef, was one of the best discussions I've had on my channel, because you have a depth of knowledge of Judaism that vast majority of Christians don't. By the way, hey Mitch, hey Trey, how you guys doing?
Hey Jacob,
Well,
not so bad.
Yeah. Good meeting you guys. Jacob, I'm glad you felt that way, because I actually sometimes while watching your channel, I'm frustrated because I feel like you're making points that are, and I think you'll probably relate to this. If you watch a Peterson video and it's someone who has never interviewed him before, and then he just goes off on his things that he's gone off on
Right.
100 times before, and you're just like, I've heard this so many times. But if he's interviewed by someone who actually knows his ideas, then he can get to more interesting things. But he needs the people to be tracking with him instead of being like, I have no idea where you're even starting.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do have to say, Trey and I on Saturday went to meet the abbess of a it's called a monastery, but it's really a convent, Greek Orthodox convent in California, and she's known to be a miracle worker. And through Tim pulling strings, we had an opportunity to actually sit down and speak with her, and it was absolutely amazing, I have to say. Like when we left, I said to Trey, I'm just glad the two of you were there, because, and both of them similarly were like, okay, that was like amazing, because then I don't have to doubt my sanity. But Trey started laughing in the middle of it, and Mother Markella asked him asked, "Why is he laughing?" And so I don't know how we explained it, but basically I said, "It's because you're covering my greatest hits." Like she was talking about Acts 5, Gamliel, and stuff like that.
I was gonna say, because Jacob, I don't feel like it's people coming, because you've given me a few of your greatest hits over and over and over again. It's not because I'm not familiar with them. I feel like it's part of your thing is to take these 6 or 7 spiels that you feel are important and continue to insert them into the conversation.
I'm sorry, I play the spiels over and over again. Honestly,
the way a friend said
like that. I hope.
I was saying something that I had said before, and a friend said he's on shuffle and repeat. Yeah, so definitely been there before. Yeah, and well, it's interesting. I think some of the Jonah stuff would overlap with some of my thoughts on Messiah Ben Joseph as well. Where, well, I suppose we can get there eventually. So yeah, I have been following a bunch of your conversations. I really enjoyed the conversation you had with Father Stephen. I thought that was very, very good. Again, that's one of the things where if everyone has actually knows what each other are talking about, that's far more helpful. Especially about making progress about stuff. And so I watched your Jonah video and I was like, no, this wasn't why I wanted to talk to you at all.
So what did you want to talk about?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So there are a couple of theories that get thrown around about Jonah, and I had no idea what your thoughts were or how it's generally used within Orthodox Judaism. Mm-hmm. Like I can read Midrash and all that other kind of stuff. But I wanted to see how it was liturgically used.
So Jonah is arguably the most important single reading of the entire year.
Right.
It is the.
Is that because it's at Yom Kippur?
Right. And it's at the end. So at the end of the very last Bible reading in Yom Kippur, on Yom Kippur, is the entirety of the book of Jonah. We read it from beginning to end.
Right.
And the afternoon reading first of all, the afternoon services are the most widely attended services of the entire year.
The synagogue that I went to in Windsor had the little tiny chapel, and then the wall that actually revealed the entire the entire synagogue, which was basically only used at Yom Kippur.
Yeah, so Yom Kippur is definitely the most attended single holiday, but the afternoon service of Yom Kippur is the most attended. So it's called Ne'ilah, and the Jewish Jewish prayer. When we say prayer, we usually refer to the Amidah, the Tefillah. When we say Tefillah, we're referring to the Amidah. And just to explain exactly, and actually, Nathaniel asked about the blessing of the heretics. I might as well explain the blessing of the heretics while I'm explaining the Amidah. So it's called the Amidah, and it's also oftentimes called the Shmon Esrei, which just means the 18. And so Jewish prayer involves saying blessings, right? And the funny thing is, even the Karaites, the Samaritans, and as far as we know, the Sadducees still said prayers, even though it's not meant, said blessings, even though actual blessings, Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam, right, is not mentioned anywhere in the Bible. Even I believe Samaritans also still say blessings. So when it says levarech, to bless in the Bible, it seems that it was very clearly talking about this, what we consider an institution, so of the bracha, right? And so the tefillah or amidah, where it came from, is when people brought sacrifices to the temple, they would stand by, and they would say their prayers at the same time. Oh, my nephew is actually attending Georgetown right now. Oh, you mean Georgetown in Ontario? Sorry,
Yeah.
Wrong Georgetown.
I'm still west of Toronto.
Yes. So that became called ma'amadot, right? When people would stand there and say prayers as the sacrifices were being brought up at the temple.
Mm-hmm.
Orthodox Jewish belief is that when the first temple was destroyed and the prophets established the synagogue service, they established, so in Hosea it says, take with you the confession of your lips, right? Parim sefatenu, neshalma parim sefatenu, right? And so in our understanding, those are the sacrifices that we give when there is no temple, or even when there was a temple. In the synagogues, we have a different type of sacrifice, which is parim sefatenu, the calves of our lips.
Right.
And so there is a prayer that corresponds to various sacrifices. So there was what's called the Holocaust offering, or the daily offering, Korban Olah, which was brought in the morning and in the afternoon, and what was left over was burnt during the night. And so we have the two, what we believe to be biblical requirements of prayer for men, which is Shachrit and Mincha. And then there is what we would call a rabbinic prayer of Arvit. So those are the three prayers that Orthodox Jew is supposed to say every day.
Right. Which would also explain why, like in Elijah battling the prophets of Baal, it says it was the time of the evening offering. That's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's just going through Second Kings. First Kings? No, yeah, that's First Kings. First Kings.
So, just to explain quickly the blessing of the heretics. So, the Amidah for the weekday is composed of 18 prayers, 18 blessings, and the rabbis instituted a 19th one, which many historians believe was in response to Christians coming into the synagogue. And what that 19th one is called the blessing of the heretics. And it's actually a blessing that curses heretics, right? That says, may the heretics be destroyed. And so there is a custom, ancient custom in Jewish synagogues, that when you had a traveling preacher, and we still do this actually, When you had a traveling preacher, he would actually be invited to lead the prayers. And in that way, he would often, in fact, show he knows the prayers. And part of that was he had to pronounce the blessing of the heretics, right? And frankly, there isn't any part of it that says, and the Christians should all go to hell. It says, for the heretics and sectarians, there should be no salvation and all kinds of stuff. No hope, right? It's a curse. And what a lot of historians believe is that Christians refused to say this, and that's what was getting thrown out of the synagogue. Now, frankly, I don't really understand why a Christian would refuse to say the blessing of the heretics or feel that it is applying to them, because like I would, even if I were a Christian, I would gladly say it and be like, I'm not a heretic. Right? So that's the blessing of the heretics, and it's the 19th in the weekly prayers. And I personally think that when Jesus says this is how you should pray, and he says, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, right? So what is very common, and you'll see pages and pages of Talmud, is people asking rabbis, okay, which prayers do we say? And them giving mnemonics to various paragraphs of the Amidah. And pretty much everybody agrees that the first one is Avot, which is the fathers. The second one is sometimes called Kochot, powers, Geshamim, which means rains, which is suspiciously like Shemayim, heaven. And the third one is Kedushat Hashem, sanctification of the name.
Right.
And I have a sneaking suspicion that Jesus was actually giving a mnemonic for his sections for the Shemona Esrei, for the 18 prayers.
Well,
and
Jacob, when I first crossed the Amidah prayer, because I prayed the Amidah prayer all the way through, multiple times, that is exactly what my experience was. I just said, oh, this is an expanded Our Father.
Right.
That's what it is. It's every single line is like an individual prayer.
David, I was going to ask David, do you have any idea, or do you have any theories as to why a Christian would be hesitant to say the blessing of the heretic?
I mean, it's an interesting idea because it depends on what people mean by words. Is one of the things that I've thought of is Allah Akbar. We all agree, right? Allah Akbar, right? God is great, right? We all agree, right? And it's just like, well, as a Christian, I agree that God is great, but the sentiment Allah Akbar has begun to have specific political ideas behind it. Or another example would be all lives matter, Black lives matter. You guys both equally agree with both those statements, right? You wouldn't feel uncomfortable in any situation saying those things. And I can see that in specific contexts, some people would feel uncomfortable using specific expressions because it might have connotation to it that is not merely the words that they say. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, that's a good answer.
Yeah.
And the early Christians used to say the Our Father 3 times a day.
Right.
And so I actually, while I haven't read it anywhere, it seems to me like this makes a lot of sense. Anyway, so during a normal weekday, you have the 3, and you have the long 18 blessing. During holidays, we don't ask God for as many things, so there are many fewer blessings. Although the first 3 you always say, right? And on holidays there is a musaf, which means an extra, right? And that is because there were extra sacrifices brought during the holidays. And on Yom Kippur, there's actually a 5th one, and that's the only day of the year that you have a 5th Amidah, that you have 5 Amidas instead of 3 or 4, is on Yom Kippur itself. And I think Robert Eisenman actually thinks that's where Muslims got the 5 prayers, their daily prayers from, is the 5 prayers of the Day of Atonement on Yom Kippur. So Ne'ilah, which is the 5th prayer on Yom Kippur, that is considered like, if you're going to go to synagogue once a year, that's when you go. And so between Mincha and Ne'ilah, we bring out the Torah, and I believe that's when Leviticus 18 is read. And as a haftarah, and this is the only time we do a haftarah. I think it's the only time we do a haftarah for Ne'ilah. For Mincha, is we read the entire book of Jonah.
Right.
So the entire book of Jonah is the final Bible reading at the biggest service of the year, right? Yeah. And so the book of Jonah is incredibly important. Now, most Jews don't even think about the fact that it's a call to repentance of Gentiles, although people tend to bring that up as the reason why Jonah didn't want to go to Nineveh was because they were Gentiles who were going to repent. So that's the simplest explanation anybody gives as to why he didn't want to go. But when I point out to Gentiles, to Christians, that like, yeah, we've always believed that Gentiles can repent, and like there was no sacrifices in Nineveh, and they repented and God forgave their sins. So like, what do you do with that?
I think Jonah would be. So one of my biggest issues is with I think the church is filled with Marcionism, where essentially Christians don't believe the Old Testament is scripture on a very, very basic level. Having gone to Bible college, a lot of people who are at Bible college are not there.
Welcome, Rabbi.
Are not there for theological degrees. They're just getting like a degree in English or like their BA in English before they move on to another university. But of my friends that weren't in biblical studies, a lot of them had never read the Old Testament, and they had been Christians, well, at that point for at least 2 decades, right? And had never read any of it.
Christian Bibles used to not print the Old Testament at all. Like, people don't understand. Printing was expensive, and only rich people had books. So if you had a Bible, you often only had a New Testament. You didn't have an Old Testament.
Right. Yeah. Well, so I don't know to what extent certain things were intentional for those reasons. I know that the Gideons, it was just like, well, we want you to read the New Testament. That's what we want you to read, right?
I think now they put full Bibles in
yeah,
but
yeah. And it's still a thing where sometimes it's just the New Testament, Psalms and Proverbs, and sometimes it's whole Bibles. But either way, so knowing people who had never read the Old Testament had ideas about the Old Testament, and I very quickly realized that those ideas were quite bunk. And one of the perfect examples was Jonah, was because, Old Testament is when God is so wrathful, but you have Jonah going, I knew that you were a forgiving God, and I didn't want you to be. I hated the idea that you would be a forgiving and loving God. And so something like that, it's a lot of people's assumptions on what the Old Testament would be like. I think they'd be terribly surprised.
Honestly, I think that is a sin many of us have to repent of, including myself, is sometimes I think we don't want God to be as forgiving as I suspect he is.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Enough so that part of the Lord's Prayer is saying, may you forgive me as much as I forgive others. Right? It really if you actually think about that, that's a very interesting standard.
So there are certain things that I only quote, that I used to not say to Christians because it's not from the Bible. It's not from my Bible until I found it in the Christian Bible, and now I can quote it because it's right there. And one of the things is, by the measure which you measure, you will be measured, right?
Yeah.
The Talmud has a refrain, Kol midotav shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Mida keneged Mida, right?
Right.
Every measure of the Blessed Holy One is measure for measure, right? And the idea is that as you judge, you will be judged. As God pays you back.
Right.
Rabbi Mullet says God's forgiveness is not all over the Old Testament, but much more abundant in that he tells us he does not require a sacrifice, like Christians insist, but only desires sincere repentance.
Yeah, let's not talk about that right now.
Okay.
Because here's the thing, Jacob, is I've watched you have a lot of conversations. I really enjoy it, and I think we could get to a whole bunch of that stuff, which would be fun. But I've listened to your greatest hits, and I want a new song. Okay.
Well, to Dominique in the comments, who on earth would get a BA in English? I would, and did.
Poor guy.
Okay, so that makes sense about the Jonah stuff. Going back to that. So yes, I definitely see that within Jonah. I think it would be a surprise to Christians, which is what we were kind of saying before. Actually, a perfect example of agreeing with a sentiment that does not capture what people mean by it, can be completely incorrect, is what you were just saying from the gospel that is also in the Talmud. The only section that will be quoted is judge not lest ye be judged. But that is often taken to mean never use judgment in any way. Not use judgment non-hypocritically, which is what Jesus is actually saying. He says and that's also where the Shakespeare play Measure for Measure gets its title. Just for fun, because people are talking about I'm talking about English majors right now in the chat. Yeah, Measure for Measure comes from what Jesus is saying, but the only part that gets quoted, and it gets quoted to mean the opposite of what Jesus is saying, is judge not lest ye be judged.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about the so that's a whole different thing that I'm thinking of. But go ahead,
yeah. So first thing that I wanted to know about your ideas on Jonah is, and if you have not heard this theory about the book, I can imagine you're going to be like, what? Do you think it's a comedy?
You mean as in a happy ending?
No, a comedy, as in they're like, people will say that genre-wise, it is like, one of the theories is that it's a satire. Not that it's not true, but that
Yeah.
it's. Have you seen the movie The Death of Stalin?
I have not.
So The Death of Stalin is incredibly historically accurate, but it is also a ridiculous comedy. Where, okay, so when Stalin has a stroke, he falls on the ground,
Right.
and his guards are so scared that if
Right.
they interrupt him, that they'll be shot.
Yeah, that actually happened. Yeah.
Yes, and that's what happened. But in the movie, it's the two guard, like, to show that in all of its pure drama is actually so ridiculous it's a comedy.
Right.
Right?
Well, okay, so I have to say, one of the things I say all the time, and I have often received the reaction of Christians thinking I was being sarcastic when I said it, is the Bible is filled with puns. Like
Right.
absolutely chock filled with puns.
Yeah, wordplay. People being
Wordplay. Right. And so, and like satire and ridicule does exist in the Bible in ways that people don't really pay attention to. Now, I have to say, Jonah is, I mean, in some sense, you could say that he is a figure that is being made fun of.
Yeah.
Oh, Trey, if you're at my apartment, right? Yes or no? My phone's not ringing yet, so maybe not. I don't know. Did you pick the wrong thing? Anyway, I should have a box right next to the mailboxes. So if you see it, could you? Nope, you're not in my place. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, did you say my name?
There you go. I thought you were at my place. Okay.
No.
One of the examples that I think you were getting at, which is like, it's difficult for me if it's read out dramatically not to laugh when it's, do you do well to be angry? Yes, I do well to be angry. You're about to die.
Right. And I have to say, in a certain sense, there is that form of and I think Father Stephen is absolutely right when he says that the Hebrew Bible references other ancient literature and makes fun of them.
Right.
And so in that sense, like, Jonah is portrayed about as much of a prophet you should not be like, as I think anywhere you find in the Bible. Like, he's not the greatest of prophets. Obviously, Moses is the greatest of prophets, but like, also it's like, okay, he's and I don't want to cast aspersions on Jonah. He was a much better guy than I ever will be, but yeah, if that's what you mean by it being a comedy, then
well,
that
even the like, I think it depends on also how it's read. But the last words of the book are, and should I not have mercy on that city of Nineveh that has so many thousands of people and who can't tell their left hand from their right, and also cows? Roll credits.
Okay. I have to say one thing about the cows thing.
But
So
do you get what I mean, though? Is that
I do, but at the same time, you have to realize that Israel was a pastoral community, and it really, really grated on me when Paul, I believe it's in 1 Corinthians 9, says sarcastically asks.
Here's the greatest hit.
Does God care about the animals? And it's like, yes, he does. Stop it, right? And so, I mean, I point to Jonah a lot to say, yes, animals do have souls, and but yeah, I mean, God, in a sense, is actually like a comedy, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's one of the other place where Jonah appears is in 2 Kings, and he's a prophet who speaks for a wicked king. He's to a wicked king. It's Jeroboam II, and it says he was an evil king, and then but he did this one good thing, and it's because he listened to the words of Jonah, and it's same son and everything else. Like Jonah, the son of Amittai, is that right?
Amittai, yeah.
Amittai, okay. So some people have said that because Jonah is also a character that's lined up with a wicked king, that you're supposed to have this wondering, what are we to think of this character?
Well, obviously, it's not good that he doesn't listen to God, and he doesn't want Nineveh to repent. That's
right. And I don't know about how we are to understand hyperbole, like when ridiculously big things happen. But I was having a Bible study, and we read the entire book out loud, and I'm hosting a Bible study with a lot of people who have never read any Bible before whatsoever. Like, some of the people in the Bible study didn't know who Cain and Abel were, which was like surprising to me, because I thought just from film references you would have pieced it together. But when we got to the story, they laughed out loud when he gets swallowed by the fish, and they laughed out loud when he got vomited up. Like, there's a couple of things that's just like, what? Like, if you know to expect it.
When you get to Bilam's donkey talking.
Right.
You know, no, the Bible has comical parts too.
Right.
That I think that's quite clear. Camille Paglia, she teaches at a school for the arts.
Yeah.
And she said she was very surprised when in one of her classes she played the spiritual Go Down Moses, and she was trying to elicit like a discussion with her students, and for some reason, and she had done this for many, many years, and then she saw, they're like, why aren't they saying anything? And she finally figured out that her students didn't know who Moses was.
Right. Yeah, so it no longer had the relevance. Yeah. And it was actually, so just so you understand the Bible study, it was out of the pandemic. We're in Canada. I'm in Canada, which is wasn't the best. We'll just say that. And in Ontario as well, which was one of the worst places in Canada. I started seeing a whole bunch of friends during the pandemic going through a lot of stuff, and they were asking me and my wife for advice, knowing that we were Christians, and I could see that what role no one having a mutual story was having. And so basically pitched the Bible study as, I don't care what you believe. We're going to be going through these stories if for no other reason than it'll help you understand all of the quotes. Like the first time I ever saw Casablanca, I like it. It is distracting because it's just a movie where every line is a quote. And so it's like the second time around that you actually can pay attention, because you're like, play it again, Sam. Oh, The Usual Suspects. Oh, We'll Always Have Paris. Oh, like, you know what I mean? Like,
I'm shocked to see any gambling here.
yeah. Such a good movie. Yeah, but so.
Oh, I hate that movie, Casablanca. I hate Casablanca with a black.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, but Bible study. We don't need to go into it. But go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's one of the reasons why. And when we were going through Jonah, if you are not familiar, it really is. Well, going back to Shakespeare, there's like one of the Shakespeare exits. The most famous one is exited, pursued by bear, where it's not said. It's just like a bear is supposed to run after this person. That's what it says in the text, and it's just like, Jonah thrown into the water, and you're like, oh, okay, I'm following, right? And then a giant fish swallows him. Yeah, even that could be interpreted as a kind of comedy because of how big it is.
I gotta hop off, but Jacob, I can't believe you hate Casablanca. I'll hear you more on this matter.
What? I'm sorry.
I was saying I gotta split, but I can't believe you hate Casablanca.
You can't believe I hate Casablanca? It's the story of a woman torturing a man for no good reason.
See you guys. Good to meet you, David.
I thought that's why it was relatable.
Because women torture men for no good reason, and that's somehow heroic of them?
Well, I'm now realizing that so I really liked Casablanca in a particular time in my life, and maybe I have to review the movie in light of nicer women. Anyway, sorry. No. I'm just joking. Okay, so that aspect. But you, okay.
I mean, I have nothing against that type of interpretation. I don't think,
Okay.
I think it works in some sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in the same way, I think it was appropriate. The first time I read First Kings, I was on a camping trip. I was with my sister. I was only recently a Christian, so this was my first time through the Bible. And Elisha and the prophets of Baal, I laughed out loud. And my sister just went, "Did you just laugh while reading the Bible?" And I was just like, yeah, it's, and I had to explain it because.
No, yeah. I mean, when you know Hebrew, when you know Hebrew, if you realize that the Bible has comic elements all over it,
mm-hmm.
and that's fine, and it's not desacralizing the Bible to do that, to recognize that.
I actually am a fan of Shakespeare, and one of the things about Shakespeare is that if you actually fully understand it, it's the highest brow and the lowest brow at the same time.
Yeah, no, it was because it had to be like it has to speak on multiple levels, and good art and good literature does.
Right. Yeah, it's there for people of all IQ levels.
So another one of Jacob's greatest hits, like the Bible has to be there for the person in Las Vegas who just spent the last dollar he never had and on hookers and blow, and goes back to his hotel room and opens that Bible, and it has to speak to him just as it speaks to some 90-year-old rabbi who's
Right.
reading his Bible for the 100th millionth time after a entire life of like not doing anything like that. It has to speak to everyone. So yeah.
Okay. So I think we'll leave the comedy bit there. That was my first question. Does that? Okay. Yeah. I think by the way you answered, it also reveals that that is easily acceptable in how we're defining comedy. But I was just wondering liturgically, like there's like in for the Esther story, where like the making noise and booing when Haman is named.
Yeah, I mean that again. So there, I mean, even with the Book of Esther, like there are synagogues where they're like, no, you know, don't you know, don't go crazy. And look, I don't know how you read the story of Bilam and his donkey in synagogue and not have
Right.
some appreciation for the role of comedy. And
right. In particularly if you still like what people don't realize is like we don't say jackass anymore, and we don't think like in a modern translation it doesn't say his jackass said to him because
well, Hamor isn't. Yeah, Eton isn't doesn't have the same thing. But yeah, no. I mean, ultimately, there are words in the Bible themselves that there's one particular word which we don't when we get to it in readings, we don't actually read it out aloud because it historically has been like it was actually a you know. And so when you're reading the Bible itself, as opposed to a translation, it's a completely different story. I'm sorry, I just don't see how you can compare an actual reading of the actual Bible to reading a translation. It's
the way my Hebrew professor said it when I was back in school was it's like when you're in a Chinese restaurant and you see that there's a menu that you don't even know about. Like you see there'll be like 5 options in Chinese and then one in Mandarin and then one option in English. It's just like, well, what are those options? Well, we don't even think you want those options.
Right. Yeah. I compare it to the difference between seeing a picture of the ocean and going swimming. Like, yeah, if you've never been to the ocean, the picture is pretty nice, but it's not swimming.
Right. And it'll give you a different sense. I mean, some people would even say this about how the original King James was understood, is that there's sections that if you were actually of that time period, you would understand that they permitted some jokes that now like the language of the people then becomes the elevated language. Like there was a time where Latin was the language of the people. Like the Vulgate, the Latin translation of the Bible, and vulgar, those words sound the same for a reason. Because that was considered vulgar, that it was the language of the people that things were translated into. But that's, I think original language, you get a lot more of that. Okay, let's leave that behind. Next question that I would have about Jonah is how would you understand the great fish, the whale?
I mean, I don't think it necessarily needs to be understood as. I don't think it needs to be understood as literally as people do it, and that was mostly because when I was translating it. So, if you want to learn Hebrew, Jonah is actually one of the best texts to learn Hebrew on. And so my recommendation for people who want to learn Hebrew is I have the entire book of Jonah, and I went through it, and and it was actually by trying to translate it that I saw the imagery that of him kind of it seems like he sees the temple when he hits the water.
Right. Yeah.
And so the words are, and so I mean, the great fish. What exactly happened there? Again, I have to go back to my thing of don't be hyper literalist. Genesis 1:2 doesn't have actual water in it. That's not how I see Genesis 1:2.
Right.
And I don't think that it's necessarily that the great fish of Jonah was like that. If you were there, you would see just a normal whale. That doesn't make sense to me. I think it obviously is referring to something at the very least spiritual. Like I would expect it to be something that is like dragon-esque more than like Sandy.
Hey, Jacob.
Hello.
Hey. Yeah, good town you live in. And thanks for saying Georgetown, not Halton Hills. Actonite fought that name for however long and still.
Yeah.
Yes. So government merged the two town I lived in, the town he lived in, and gave it a new name.
Yeah.
So, Jacob, I've peeked at some of your Jonah stuff, not not in depth, but and I've never really thought about whether the fish, what kind it was, because it says it's a great fish. I don't think whales are fish, so it probably wasn't a whale, but whatever.
Well, the question becomes like, does the Hebrew word fish encompass whales? And I think it might. And Nathaniel is right. It does switch from the masculine to the feminine in the middle of the story. I mean, there's all kinds of commentary, not least of which is the Kabbalistic one, which focuses on the fact that Dag, so Daled is the fourth letter of the Hebrew alphabet, Gimel is the third letter of the Hebrew alphabet, and a Hey, the fifth letter of the Hebrew alphabet, gets added into it, which is a part of the Tetragrammaton. Like, the Kabbalists have their whole interpretation of that, which I have been a little bit, people talk about it, right? And like Dag is 7 and Daga is 12, right? And so again, when you're reading the text in the Hebrew, it's a different text. It has so much more depth to it that I think it becomes so. I've never seen a Jew be as hyper literalist as Christians often are, and certainly not an adult. And I've never seen a Jew who knows Hebrew like going, oh, because I can't believe in that Genesis 1 is literal, I can't believe in the Torah. Whereas I've heard of a lot of Christians deconstructing because they find the conflict between a very literal reading, and I'm actually quite literal in my, like, I like to think, but yeah.
That's some of the things I like. I keep hoping with the Hebrew Bible study, we jump on and we ask you a ton of questions, or we go off on some rant on a topic. But it would be kind of nice to actually learn some of these things as we go, for even like a 10-minute portion of it, if we're going to still go off on topic, other topics. I'm just kind of wondering if that could be a thing at some point.
Yes, maybe. I mean, yeah. Especially if people want particular texts. I've generally just, the Bible study has kind of become a, hey, you want to come on and talk thing, which there are other, like, my thing with Ben, I don't do that. There are other things which aren't as loosey-goosey, but I personally kind of like the loosey-goosey nature of the Bible studies.
It's a slightly different thing.
Sandy, your microphone is
Really?
yeah.
Why?
I don't know, but if you mute yourself while you're not talking, that would help.
Well, so on the conversation about the fish / the fishette, the one of the, it might be in Midrash, I think it's in Midrash, is that Leviathan is there too. Is that they're
So Rabbi Mullet is going to be doing a series. Oh, actually, yeah, is going to be doing a series. So, yeah. David, actually, it might be your microphone, or you might be echoing. If you have headphones, that usually helps.
I don't know what it's about. Is this better?
I don't hear the crackling, so hopefully the crackling will stay away.
Okay. Yeah. I wondered if it was me because it started after I turned my phone.
So Rabbi Mullet says, yes, Leviathan plays a role in the extended version of the story as told in the Midrash.
Right. Well, yeah, so I was wondering also openness to monsters in the text, because I've become more and more comfortable with that as an interpretation, where it's like, to me, if you find one of the ideas of literal that I have in my mind of, like, if you just take the text plainly, is look at how the great fish is depicted throughout history. And if it's before the Enlightenment, it's not a whale. It's like one of the earliest depictions you can find. Like, you can sometimes find, like, sometimes it's a thing that would have to tear him apart to get him into its mouth. Sometimes it's a thing that's not even a fish. Like, it looks almost like a wolf horse with multiple tentacles. Do you know what Skylla in Greek mythology looks like? Sometimes looks like that. Or I can't remember, Skylla or Charybdis. One of those ones.
Oh, I thought it was Scylla. I always said Scylla and Charybdis. Yeah.
You're probably right.
So Connie says, do we know why the fish changed genders? or is that my modernism showing? And yeah, it kind of is your modernism showing. But like this is the type of questions that like rabbis ask and then give a whole commentary on. Nathaniel, so 51:11 in Christian Bibles is 51:12 in Jewish Bibles, and it's one of the most famous verses. Oh yeah, Rabbi Mola is right. 13. So this is one of the most famous songs. Lev tahor bara li Elokim baruch nachon chadesh b'kirbi al tishlach cheni milfanecha baruch kodshecha al tikach mimeni. So create in me a clean heart or a pure heart, O God, and renew a steadfast spirit within me. Steadfast. That's not how I would translate Ruach Nachon. Cast me not away from thy presence, and take not thy Holy Spirit from me. Ruach Kodshecha, right? I mean, again, I think Christianity has a really hard time with its insistence on the Trinity, and not understanding Ruach HaKodesh the way Jewish tradition has, as it's something that settles on you and can leave based on your capacity to live in what you call it, live in holiness, right? And the whole concept of purity and impurity, right?
Would you mind if I ask a question on that, Jacob?
Not at all, but just Rabbi Mullet mentions the explanation that Jonah was too comfortable in the large male fish and did not repent, so God had the first eject him, whereupon he was swallowed by a pregnant female fish. Yeah, I've heard that as well. Yes, Kirk, what did you want to say?
So when it comes to the Holy Spirit in Judaism, is it similar to the Kabbalistic notion of, so there's four worlds in Kabbalah, as mentioned in Zohar, from what I understand, attributing to the Tetragrammaton, and the second He is emanation. Is the Holy Spirit the second He, which is the emanated Spirit of God?
Okay, so I am no Kabbalist, but the second He refers to the world of Asiya, not the world of emanation. The Yud, usually, I believe, is what refers to the worlds of emanation, because the worlds of emanation are purity of God, and that's why, for example, in many prayer books, that is how the Tetragrammaton is depicted, in that you want to bring Adonut all the way into Malchut and bring the kingdom of God so that it would be in this world as it is in heaven. So
what's the second He again?
the second He would be the world of action.
I see.
Asiya.
I see. So is the Holy Spirit somewhat correlated to the Yud, which is the emanation?
Well, okay, so we exist in all four of actually the types of worlds, right? So there are four types of worlds, and we exist in all of them simultaneously.
This is the big idea of Hasidic thought, from what I understand.
Right. And
like
so
the Baal Shem Tov believed that all of God's presence is in the world, which is like a big notion of Hasidic thought. That God's
it's not just Hasidic thought, right? So the Makif Kol Almin right? God's transcendent aspect is not affected by the world at all, and
course.
is completely simple and completely unaffected, and therefore it is in fact in all places. But Ruach HaKodesh, right? When we talk about God's indwelling spirit, that in a sense can be in certain places and not others, because it is already a it's an expression of God. It is not Atzmut Mahut. It's not the essence of God Himself.
I see. Specific emanations of God's attributes can be specific in certain areas, but we still ultimately, all the universe has it to an extent, is part where we live in the four worlds, but specific emanations might be emphasized in certain circumstances more than others.
Okay, so we're getting really deep into stuff that, frankly, the vast majority of people have no clue what we're talking about. So I'm gonna say let's shelve that discussion for my classes with Ben, and you can ask in the chat. And
Okay. What's your classes with Ben all about?
Lessons in Tanya
Okay.
discussion. Yeah.
Okay, so the monster interpretation of the fish you are very comfortable with, and within Judaism, there's a lot more comfort with even how Leviathan is understood. Leviathan, how would the chaos dragon manifestation of evil perspective?
Well, there's the idea that the Leviathan, right, that eventually the Leviathan will be shechted, and that's what we will feast upon, right? So it goes back to the belief that God, Satan belongs to God. Everything belongs to God. Kol Rahmana Avid Latav Avid. Everything that God has created, He has created for the good. That does not mean evil is good, but it does mean that evil exists for the good. And back to Jacob's greatest hits, what do you call a place where we take little babies and we strap them down and stick needles in them and cut them up and make them cry and bleed and poison them and pull their hair out?
An abortion clinic?
You call it a children's hospital.
Yeah.
And so a children's hospital is not a good place.
Right.
But it is a place that exists for the good.
I see. Yeah, I think any form of dualistic thought in Gnosticism is heresy, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, so, all right, I'm following with that logic. Do you, within Judaism, is Leviathan multi-headed?
Not that I know of. I would be surprised if it were. Although I also wouldn't be surprised if it were, because again, so when it comes to any midrashic, these are not things which we need to have clarity upon. They're not practically necessary. Andrew, you have that wrong. It's one God, three hypostases of God. Even as we discussed, even with even God the Father is at least in one sense a hypostasis, because you can name it.
Oh, I was going to say, is that because it limits to one quality or one?
If you can name it, it is a hypostasis.
Yeah. Sorry. Just so you know what reference I was going to, in I think it's the Ugaritic, Lotan, which is sometimes Leviathan, has 7 heads, and in Psalm 74, it says, "You crushed the heads of Leviathan. You gave him as food for the creatures of the wilderness."
Say that again. Psalm 74.
Yeah, Psalm 74, verse 14. You crushed.
Let me pull this up. 74:13. Roshei Taninim. So
14.
yeah, that's in plural. It says you crush the heads of the Taninim of the where were we? Okay. So both of them are plural. So it would make no sense if it was the head of the whales.
Sorry, I'm just bringing up the Hebrew now.
Well, I mean, it's on your screen.
Because I'm using my phone, I can't really see it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Leviathan is still in. Okay, sorry. Are we looking at the same one?
Oh, right. The next one says Ata Ritzatsta Roshei Leviathan.
Yeah.
Ah, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I so that's verse 14.
Yeah, I see it now. Heads of the serpents.
Yeah. Malbim, Shehem Share Sarei Hamitzrim, Hagogedolim. Let's see. So he's not understanding. So he's understanding that to be talking about the leaders of Egypt.
Yeah, well, so within context, it could be. So the theory is that essentially Leviathan is a representation of a chaos monster, and the forces of Babel or Egypt are personified, are in metaphor spoken of as monsters. And I think within the Second Temple, you have a series of monsters like Rahab that are all lined up with specific cities. And yeah, so Leviathan is the 7-headed serpent in some of them, which could be seen in Ugaritic. Leviathan is the name of a god, or Lotan, and is 7-headed. And then the reason why I'm asking also is that this lends itself to an understanding of the sea monster Lotan oftentimes is with a land monster, which in the book of Job, you have the sea monster next to the land monster, the behemoth. And then in Daniel, you also get the multi-headed sea monster and the land monster. And then, of course, because I'm Christian, in the book of Revelation, you also have the 7-headed sea dragon. And then there's a beast that everyone knows about. And so it's but it's clearly a representation of cities as well. So the city that's Babel, that's also the dragon, that's also the beast.
So I don't know who the Romemot El on Psalms is. Oh, it's by the Alshich, Rabbi Moshe Alshich. Oh wow. Okay, so I I did not know that. So the Al-Sheikh has a commentary on Psalms, and there he says it's when it says Roshei Leviathan, it's talking about Leviathan, and because it's a pair of it's a pair, male and female, and he goes into that. Yeah. I mean, nothing particular, but we do say that the minimum of, like, anytime the Bible says something in plural, if we assume that it is the minimum. So when it says Roshei Leviathan, it would be assumed to be two.
At least two heads, like it would be two heads of Leviathan.
So the Al-Sheikh apparently is talking about two Leviathans, and I mean Roshei Leviathan, you could translate that like the Leviathan is like having it be in the singular there is not strange, especially given that there's no, I don't know of any plural of Leviathan. So yeah, I mean,
Right.
and
Well,
especially
sorry. I thought Leviathan was the only of its species. Does it have a pair? I thought, like, when you speak of Leviathan, it's the one.
the Al-Sheikh is very clearly talking about there being a pair, and he says it is known from the sages. So I guess either the Talmud or the Midrash talks about. No, actually, that doesn't necessarily mention that there's two of them. But when the Al-Sheikh says that there's two of them, male and female, I mean, you can't dismiss the Al-Sheikh.
Well, from what I understand, in order to achieve Shekhinah, or divine presence, you need male and female spirit.
I'm not sure how that's relevant, but okay.
Well,
Rabbi Mullet is saying the same thing, like Leviathan, Roshei. So he says the Ibn Ezra comments, Roshei Kol Leviathan. So the heads of all of the Leviathans. The Ibn Ezra is clearly saying that it's talking about multiple Leviathans.
Yeah, so sorry, the Tititanu, could that be singular, gave him, or could that be gave them? As
Where are you looking?
Right after it says Leviathan.
Okay.
So it says, and gave him the Tititanu.
Titnenu, and you gave it Ma'achal La'am Tzim. And I think that's Titnenu. I don't know who's crackling, but somebody's crackling. Unless I'm the only one who can hear it. Maybe I'm the one who's crackling, but I think somebody's crackling.
I heard it crack for a moment, but now it is gone.
Yeah, it is gone. It's back. Where were we? Leviathan titnenu ma'achal la'am letzi'in. That seems to be singular to me.
So again, he gave him.
So
Yes, Kirk.
I was just saying, when it comes to so you're saying that there will be that is generally believed that there will be a male and female Leviathan.
That's what the Al-Ship says. Yes, the Al-Ship says
I
that
see.
there's
Well,
a male and female.
Does any of this have to do with the idea that the Leviathan will be a holy animal by the Messianic era, and it will represent the Shekhinah of it being both male and female?
Representing the Shekhinah, I'm not sure that it
Or
would
does
be
it relate to the-
representing. It will become a kosher, like it. So it will. All things will eventually be redeemed. But and in the sense that, I mean, in the sense that Bati Lagani Laganuni, that God's presence shall be completely revealed as it was, right? So, and that is a feminine aspect, but again, we're going down Kabbalistic lanes that, frankly, it's beyond the scope of this discussion.
Well,
I see.
again, in the conversation where if you're bringing in the Second Temple Jewish text along with Ugaritic and stuff, I think in some of the Ugaritic, there is some kind of a monster that is killed, and then that becomes the feast. In the is it the Enuma Elish, where Tiamat is like, sometimes it's even what God makes, or a god makes out of, is the battling of the monster. Is Tiamat is filleted.
You
and
kind of
there's two fillets, and the one fillet is that, and the other fillet is the earth.
you kind of blanked out in the middle of that, so we didn't quite hear
okay.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you say? There's two fillets?
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure it's in all the Tiamat stuff, which I think is Enuma Elish. In that there's a monster Tiamat killed and then filleted, and there's a fillet on each side of a fish, right? So it's a sea monster, so it has the fillet, and the one fillet is the heavens and the other is the earth.
Oh,
They're like
that's
next to each other, and that's how the world is created.
interesting.
So this idea that the monster is killed to make a habitable place. And yeah, I'm sure you've already heard that there's some people that are like, oh, the Tohu Vabohu is the battling of Tiamat, of this whatever.
Look, I have no problem whatsoever with saying that. Happy, stop it. It's just Trey. I have no problem with saying that the Jewish text. Happy, stop it. Include references to older texts. Like, I don't see how this is in any way problematic.
Right. Well, and even it's interesting because there's a lot of Christians that will not take the creature Leviathan as being the creature Leviathan as being at all a representative of chaos or any of those things. But then because of that, I think can't see that it is connected with the book of Revelation, where there's, again, a sea monster that's an embodiment of chaos that has to be defeated, where there's like a great monster. So the way that sea monsters appear in specifically the Hebrew Bible are sometimes only understood. I don't know to what extent you have exposure to creationists, where this is a dinosaur that can breathe fire. Like the Creation Museum believes that that's what Leviathan is. There's no spiritual dimension to Leviathan. It's just like like the Loch Ness monster, but can breathe fire?
Look, I am ultimately a creationist, and I believe the world is 5,783 years old. But I also think people take things ridiculously.
Wait, hold up. So, like, if the Leviathan is only representative, doesn't that mean that, like, we have to take Job non-literally? Which is fine if we do, but I think you do, because, like, in the passage, isn't God saying, "I created this thing. You know what this thing is. You've seen this thing, right?"
Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah. So that would be one interpretation. Another interpretation is that Job, in being shown the cosmos, is at the end of the explanation of everything that happens. So I think this actually overlaps with what you were saying before about
So
the list of
the
blessings.
Talmud very clearly asks whether or not there's a debate in the Talmud about whether the Book of Job is just an allegory.
Well, if you're looking through an explanation like a Job is about understanding everything, God is giving him a list of how the world works, to show how complicated all the things that Job didn't consider were. And if you consider Leviathan to be an embodiment of, for instance, demonic forces, as some kind of spiritual entity, not merely a physical one, then one of the things that Job is being asked to consider as he's claiming to fully understand the world is, does he understand about the spiritual realities? And so is basically shown to demons. Like, that would be another possible interpretation of that. Like, you think you understand the whole world? It's almost like a joke. Like, you don't understand your circulatory system. You don't tell the donkeys when to give birth. You don't understand how the birds are maintained. You don't understand how rain works, and you don't understand the spiritual world. That would be how I would take it if you were to take. I'm not against these being real animals as well, that is being spoken of, but in the same way, I think serpent, like a nachash, is a real animal as well, like a snake.
I don't see why this is like something to get excited about. Like, I know that if you read the letters between Jerome and Augustine talks about how when Jerome translated the Jonah, from the Hebrew as opposed to the Vulgate, he translated kikayon as a different word than it was used before. And I mean, rather than from the Septuagint. And like, he says there were fist fights that broke out over the translation of the word kikayon. And my whole thing was like, hey, you're being stupid. And let me just read these comments. So Fraud very astutely asks, isn't there some thing about the Lord serving Leviathan to the elect at a dinner banquet on the last day somewhere? And of course, Dan looked it up. It's in Baba Batra 75a. Says, the Holy One, blessed be he, will in time to come make a banquet for the righteous from the flesh of the Leviathan. And I believe it's also the Hema, so the Shor Habor. And that's why if you buy kosher meat, sometimes you will see it says Shor Habor. It's a reference to the coming banquet when in the world to come. But again, like, taking all of this stuff hyper literally is a bad idea. Like, if you want to be literal about it, go right ahead. I'm not going to stop you. But at the same time, like, don't insist that everyone else be literal like you are.
Hold up.
Right.
How would we, like, okay, how would we understand the text? Like, okay, it just gets very confusing. I guess, if we don't understand it in some literal fashion. Like, I feel like we should open up Job and at least talk about it, because he's talking about real things, just those stars over there, right? Unless Job is getting like Elijah. I don't know what to say.
So let me find where the Talmud talks about Job being an allegory, and we will
That's fine.
talk about that. Where is it?
I'm fine with that interpretation.
Baba Batra 15a. Baba Batra 15a. Talmud. Baba Batra 15a.
Well, it's interesting. I know people who they went to. Well, it was a very conservative school. I believe it was Seventh Day Adventist, and they didn't read fiction because they said, yeah, they thought that fiction was bad. Like this university was like, yeah, we don't encourage people to read fiction because it's like it's a lie. So why would you spend time focusing on a lie? And within some of those schools, all of the parables that are ever used in the Bible all have to be about actual real things. That like when in the New Testament, when Jesus says there was a certain woman who lost a silver coin, they're like, no, that's a real person. That can't just be an illustration.
And the prodigal son and
Yes,
the
yeah.
parable of the talents, and basically everything Jesus said had to be absolutely literal, which means you're an idiot.
Yeah, because we can't have fiction. Fiction
Right.
has value. It's a lie.
Okay, so the Gemara asks, the Braita counts Moses among the 10 elders whose works are included in the book of Psalms, and it also counts Heman. I have no idea who Heman is, but doesn't Rav say that the Heman mentioned in the Bible, 1 Kings 5:11, is the same person as Moses? This is proven by the fact that it is written here, Heman, Psalms 88:1, which is Aramaic for Heman, okay, for trusted, and it is written there about Moses, for he is the trusted one in all my house, Numbers 12:7. The Gemara answers there were two Hemans, one of whom was Moses, and the other was a temple singer from among the descendants of Samuel. The Braita further states that Moses wrote his own book, i.e. the Torah, the portion of Bilam, and the book of Job. This supports Rabbi Levi Bar Lachma, as Rabbi Levi Bar Lachma says, Job lived in the time of Moses. It is written here with regard to Job, that my words were written now, and it is written there in Job 19:23, and there it is written there in Moses' words to God. For in what shall it be known here, Apho, Exodus 33:16. The unusual use of the word Apho in these two places indicates that Job and Moses lived in the same generation. So we have critical analysis from 1,000 years before any of the critical analysts. The Gemara comments, but if that is the proof, say that Job lived in the time of Isaac, as it is written in connection with Isaac, who then, Apho, is he that has taken venison, Genesis 27:33, or say that he lived in the time of Jacob, as it is written with respect to Jacob. If it must be so now, Apho, do this. Or say that he lived in the time of Joseph, as it is written with respect to Joseph. Tell me, I pray, where are they feeding their flocks? The Gemara answers, it could not enter your mind to say this, as it is written in the continuation of the previous verse, oh, that my words were inscribed, v'yachaku, in a book, and it is Moses who's called the inscriber, as it is written with regard to him, and he provided the first part for himself, for there was the inscribers, mechokek, portion reserved, Deuteronomy 33:21. Rabbah says, Job lived at the time of the spies, with whom Moses sent to scout the land. This is proven by the fact that it's written here, there was a man in the land of Uz, whose name was Job, and it is written there in the account of the spies, whether there are trees, eights, which is like Uz, in it. The Gemara asks, is it comparable? Here the word that is used is Uz, whereas there the word is eitz. The Gemara answers, this is what Moses said to Israel, to the spies, is that man named Job still alive, he whose years are as long as the years of a tree, and who protects his generation like a tree? This is why the allusion to him there is the word is through the word etz rather than us. Gemara relates that one of the sages sat before Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani. You're crackling, David. And he sat and said, Job never existed and was never created. There was never such a person as Job. Rather, his story was a parable. Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani said to him, in rebuttal to you, the verse states there was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Job, which indicates that such a man did indeed exist. The Gemara asks, but if that is so, that the words there was prove that Job existed, what shall we say about the parable that Nathan the prophet presented to David? There were two men in one city, the one rich and the other poor. The rich man had very many flocks and herds, but the poor man had nothing except one little lamb, which he had brought and reared. Was there really such a person? Rather, it was merely a parable. Here too, it is merely a parable. The Gemara answers, if so, that it is a parable, why state his name and the name of it, his city? Rather, Job was clearly a real person. The Gemara cites another opinion with regard to the time when Job lived. Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Elazar both say Job was among those who ascended from the exile to Eretz Israel as at the start of the Second Temple period, and his house of study was in Tiberias. The Gemara raises an objection from what is taught in the Braita. The days of Job's life extended from when Israel entered Egypt until they left. So you see, there's a whole, and it keeps on going, but there is a whole argument about whether or not it's real or not. And we have a very specific rule that like you cannot whatchamacallit, you cannot dismiss an opinion from the Talmud completely. And even if you want to dismiss it, you can't call it heretical. You can't say somebody is a heretic because they have the same opinion as a sage in the Talmud. So if you want to believe it's literal, go right ahead. But like, don't make demands on people to believe things that like, okay, like, oh, sorry, Kirk, you got kicked off. That's what it was.
Okay.
I'm gonna actually step out, not get kicked out unless you want to kick me out, but it's been fun, but I'm getting very sleepy and I'm gonna listen.
Hi, Sandy. Was Job a Jewish man? No, we definitely do not believe that he was a Jewish man.
What?
Job was a Gentile.
Oh, I didn't know that.
What? How do you know that?
Yeah. So Job would have been considered Noahide, right? Or
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Job.
he was righteous, right?
Job being one of the. Yeah, I mean he was righteous. Yeah.
Yeah. To be righteous, one has to follow. So was he the only Noahide mentioned in the Tanakh?
No, there's tons of them. Jethro.
Oh, I see.
There's tons and tons of Gentiles mentioned. Melchizedek.
Well,
There's
by Noahide, I mean righteous Gentile, not just.
tons. Melchizedek, Jethro. These are two heroes. There are many other like heroic figures in the Bible, Hebrew Bible, who are Gentiles.
Listen.
Cyrus is a Gentile. He's called the Messiah of God.
I see. David?
You're muted, David.
Sorry, I thought that the crackling was me, so I muted myself. So there was still crackling.
Crackling was you. No, there wasn't crackling when you were muted.
Oh, okay. All right, no, never mind then. One of the interpretations that essentially that Job is a play, that especially because of its elevated poetry, that its intention was like an epic performance that would be done, that it would be recited, possibly sung, and that it has a couple of conventions which what is the term called, where it's like a closet drama, is that the right term, where like it's not actually acted out, like it's meant as a text, but that it is written like a play. And that's one of the major theories kicking around right now in modern biblical studies, for whatever that means. That has any value?
I'm not opposed to people putting it on to play if they would like. I just hope they don't have an actual human being like on stage playing the role of God.
Do you think Job was a real story?
I'm not sure as an Orthodox Jew you can have a definitive opinion on that idea, because we say Elu ve'elu divrei Elokim chaim. These and these are the words of living God, about the opinions that are brought in the Talmud, at the very least when they're agadic, when they're not halachic, right? And so, like, I actually don't think it's actually like Jewish thing to be insistent either way.
Yeah.
I see. Well, it would. Yeah. So obviously you can't say that one opinion is definitively correct. But if you said you lean towards one or the other, would you say you lean more to it being historical, or?
Honestly, like it really, my impression of reading that Talmud was that the Talmud seems to, the maskana of the Talmud seems to be the answer it seems to give is no, he was a real person, and so it seems to be a minority opinion that he wasn't. But like, again, I have zero dogs in this fight.
Right.
I understand.
I do think that that's also how we examine stories like that. I think that it is very important that we hold a variety of options. I was talking to someone recently, and they were asking for my interpretation of one, and I just gave them 3 different interpretations and said, pick whichever one you prefer. Right? And for some people, it's a real stumbling block. It becomes an issue, and so it's just like, okay, then drop that interpretation and use the other one. What do I care? Like if it's not.
Honestly, I think you are, and Maimonides says this quite clearly in at the end of the Mishnah Torah. He says, like, there are things in the Bible that great sages have debates over, and if somebody tells you they know definitively, that person's an idiot. It's not, the Bible did not make it clear and your insistence that it is clear just identifies you as an idiot.
Well, and I really do think that there's a certain strain of fundamentalist Christianity that's collapsing because they're finding out that there's other interpretations, and they weren't allowed to have more than one interpretation. There wasn't allowed to be that discussion, and so if you lose one aspect, you just lose the whole thing. So for some people, there is no possibility, if they find any of this evidence that I'm saying, for instance, that Leviathan was multi-headed or that other people brought him up, they're like, no, if it's not a whale, then we might as well not believe anything. We might as well just do heroin.
Well, wasn't Jonah allegorical? I was heard that's an interpretation.
Jonah was allegorical?
No,
Yeah.
I mean I don't know.
Jonah seems the most historical of them all.
No,
Like,
it was a
going-
satire, pretty much, and that. it
well,
doesn't
we
really-
discussed that at the beginning.
Right, but you said that it's a satire on a real thing, and I think what's
Was
Bible Project says is that it's a satire based on a fake thing.
the Bible Project? I thought they were Christian.
They are, and they're pretty bad. The University of Wisconsin-Madison is the epicenter of all bad Hebrew Bible interpretations.
Is Hillsdale at all good?
I don't think they actually have graduate programs at Hillsdale.
I have seen ads for Hebrew Bible courses, but not any graduate programs.
It's undergraduate. Hillsdale, I'm pretty sure, is only undergraduate.
I see, but is their undergraduate course in Hebrew Bible study reliable, you would say?
They're very Christian. I mean, I would not. Although I have to say, like the Christina Hayes's Yale course on the Old Testament, and that's what it's called, is actually pretty good. I enjoyed it, although obviously I have my disagreements, and I recommend it highly.
I see.
Yeah, I think that to better understand some of these conversations about genre as well, I really do recommend the movie The Death of Stalin, because it somehow is very historically accurate while being hilarious. And while talking about one of the most horrific periods of time in Russia, which is saying a lot for Russia.
Yeah, Stalin was a bad dude.
Yeah, so it's a phenomenal movie because it'll stretch how we understand ideas like history and how you could reinterpret history as a comedy.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things you could reinterpret, but I don't think that's what I was just gonna ask: is Jonah in the Bible? Was he a Jewish person?
Yes.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, Jonah was Jewish. Just to clarify.
So, but did you answer my question about the point that Nineveh got destroyed after that?
What?
In Nahum, Nineveh got destroyed.
Yes. So this has a bit of a history to it, Jacob, is that some Protestants have an issue with the fact that God later destroys Nineveh. That Nineveh does get destroyed eventually because God said that they weren't going to get destroyed in Jonah.
It doesn't say they're never. It doesn't say.
I know. But that was, I think it may have been Calvin, had an issue with the fact that they eventually get destroyed because, well, then what was the point of the book?
The point of the book is that people can repent.
Right.
Not well.
Yeah, no. Hold on. Individual people can repent. Just because people at one time repent doesn't mean, like, again, like, for some reason, Christians have this idea of, like, of eternal national sins, which is completely against the Bible.
Oh yeah.
Um,
no such thing as national sense, of course.
Yeah, also, sorry, eternal national positive standing too. Because if you actually read the Old Testament, the ideas of the Jews being the chosen people,
Yeah.
that also has specific conditions. If you do this, then this is what I'm going to do, and if you don't, then this is what's going to happen. And
Right.
that to a great extent is the story of the later the later books like first and second Kings, where you have been turning away, or sorry, the prophets, you have been turning away. You guys are going into exile now.
Yeah. So I don't actually remember what I disagreed with her, but she's a secular. I think she actually is like a Reform Jew or something like that. But like, she's ultimately secular and comes from a secular.
If it's titled the Old Testament, it's definitely not going to be like an Orthodox Jewish.
And her name is Christine.
What's wrong with the name Christine?
No, you cannot be an Orthodox Jew and named Christine. Although I guess the meaning of the word, there's no problem about it, but like, still.
That was a good moment. I really enjoyed that moment. Next thing, Jacob, actually, I think maybe this is where I might end it. Is on that conversation that you were saying about Sukkot, about how Jonah makes he makes a tabernacle, and so that the
But
destruction.
Sukkot?
Yeah, that you were lining up with it being about the destruction.
Okay, sorry. Okay, just to clarify, David is talking about a video I made about the sign of Jonah.
Oh, sorry.
And
I get it.
yeah.
Well, yeah. Let's just. Sorry. Okay. Yes. So in your video, you were at the end how he makes a small shelter that he stays in, and then that shelter is destroyed.
It says it's a sukkah, doesn't it?
Yeah. And I sent you an image which was an artist actually depicting it as specifically exactly like, because it could just be translated as booth, but that term booth carries with it the idea of the Feast of Booths, right?
Right.
And so its destruction could also be a prophecy about the destruction of the temple.
Right. So I actually think that's what originally, I guess it's the Gospel of Matthew, is talking about when it talks about the sign of Jonah. And yeah, I think it's been edited afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah, Vayas lo sham sukkah vayeshev tachteha. That's up. Yeah. Verse 5.
Yeah. So with that, I'm wondering, because from what I understand, help me if I'm not understanding this correctly, is that the feast of Sukkot is that if there was in the middle of mourning, that because you are commanded to be joyful, there would be the mourning would have to be halted in order to celebrate.
That's all of the holidays.
That's all of the holidays. Okay.
With the exception of Tisha B'Av?
Tisha B'Av is not an actual holiday.
Oh.
I'm talking about biblical holidays. And
Okay.
yes, while the Tisha B'Av is mentioned in the Bible, we don't believe it's a biblical holiday. We believe it's rabbinic because
Just like
it's by the
Purim.
prophets.
The Book of Esther is in the Bible, but Purim is a rabbinic holiday.
Yes.
Is Yom Kippur not a time, a very bittersweet day?
It's still considered a holiday that does.
I know.
That does shorten mourning periods.
Oh, okay. Because I thought the whole idea of Yom Kippur was it's a very afflicted day to reflect on your on the sins you have committed and to become a better person, which seems not like a time where you'd be particularly happy.
It's still also called Shabbat Shabbaton.
Yeah, and the aspect that I'm emphasizing is so not Yom Kippur, the feast after that, both is a day that's supposed to be like a huge, massive party. For those who've heard of the Year of Jubilee, the Year of Jubilee would be announced at the end of Yom Kippur, or the
I'm not
set-
sure.
setting free from debts and everything would be announced at the end of that and would be part of Sukkot celebrations. And so I'm wondering if that's part of if Jonah is tied in with Yom Kippur, that basically its end is someone miserable in a
sukkah, yeah.
Yeah, it's making another level of this is supposed to be the biggest party. This is supposed to be the biggest time of celebration, and this guy is just angry enough to die, just like, oh, little buddy. I thought of that when you were bringing it up because I hadn't fully realized that, and so I think that might be tied in with Jonah, as possibly again this idea of hyperbole, making it even worse. That it's just like he's the sad boy with the birthday hat on.
And Yosef pointed out that it wasn't the minhag everywhere to read Jonah in on Yom Kippur, but it was the Babylonian one, and it may have been what was done in Israel during Second Temple period. It's not an actual requirement that it be specifically Jonah, but it certainly has been for thousands of years now. And Chezi mentions the whole Yom Kippurim and Keppurim thing. And that is, if I remember correctly, that is actually something that the Arizal said.
Sorry, what was that?
We're moving forward, Kurt.
Yeah,
If
okay.
you're not here, you're not
No,
here.
yeah, it's okay. I'll just rewatch the stream.
So I say, if I can just make a comment on some of that sign of Jonah stuff, is that I've been reflecting on it more and more on the idea of the suffering servant, and the idea that there are multiple passages in the New Testament that I feel like have been lost to Christians that basically say that we are supposed to be suffering as well, and that it, like that idea that you were talking about, that, oh, Jesus suffered so I don't have to. It's within the Christian theology, it's supposed to be our suffering, that we're supposed to join in Christ's suffering, that we are supposed to join in the suffering servant, to be like, we are his like in the idea that we're his body. That is an idea that should not be foreign to Christians, but has become radically foreign to them. That we, through our suffering and not through our becoming superior.
Right, and I mean, honestly, I think it's an obvious bad reading of Christianity. Jesus says, "Pick up your cross and follow me." Like it's an obviously bad reading of Christianity, although some people do in fact have it. I have no idea what you mean by Zechariah 8. Tazi.
Are we pulling up Safaria?
No, well, I did pull it up. I mean, I have it up, but I don't know which verse he's talking about.
Well, I like Safaria. They do have Christian and non-Orthodox commentaries, but other than that, they're mostly a good resource.
Okay. I'm not sure if you heard me correctly. I said Zacharia, not Safaria.
No, I was saying, just in the future, it should be noted they're not a purely kosher source. Just
We're Kirk. We have Christians on here, and we're reading the Christian Bible. Yes, this is not a stream where if you're only sticking to kosher sources, you should be involved in.
okay.
What does it mean if it's not too kosher? Like, can you not read it?
So, certainly, I mean, I don't think Chazi should be sending his kids to Safaria at their age.
What does that mean?
They're little kids. They're supposed to be being taught how to kosher stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, and frankly, I'm fine into young adulthood. Like,
Is SpongeBob kosher?
no. So while probably a majority of Orthodox Jews do have televisions in their house, basically all rabbis have been like, "You're not allowed to have a television." Yes.
Why? That's like rough.
Well, it's not about the televisions. It's just the contents on the television that can be problematic.
Can't you just watch like I don't know, like Jewish cartoons? Like what about Hanna-Barbera? Like they talk about the Old Testament, you know?
Yes, Dan. So it does mention Tisha B'Av in the Bible, but that doesn't make it a biblical holiday in Jewish terms. It has to come from the Torah of Moses to be considered a biblical holiday. Yes.
It's yours.
Also, a canon question. So I know some Ethiopian communities do have some Dead Sea Scrolls, which includes some extra psalms that were not included as a mainstream Jewish canon, and the Book of Enoch. Is there any Orthodox authority that says you can study some of those?
That you can study them?
Or teach them as legitimate, or are they just completely non-canon for Orthodox Jews?
I mean, they're certainly not canon because the Talmud says what the canon of 24 holy books is.
I see. Then why does some Ethiopian Jewish, not Christian communities have the Dead Sea Scrolls?
They obviously lost connection with the rest of the Jewish community a long time ago, and that's a problem for them. And I don't want to really get into this either.
Okay.
Yeah, Ethiopia is where a couple of very, very old traditions get preserved, but they get things that were secondary reading become essentially primary. So the Book of Enoch was very, very popular for studying, but never considered to be one of the books that that would stain the hands. That was the term would be specific books were held in the temple, and they were said to be so holy that it would like stain.
No. So okay. So it's not staining the hands. It's impure. Metame yadayim. It causes tuma. It causes impurity to the hands. And I believe what the Talmud says is that that is a rabbinic injunction so that people would not place food near them and cause mice to eat the squirrels. I mean, scrolls, but it is a rabbinic injunction that scrolls cause ritual impurity of rabbinic origin, and so that people wouldn't just handle holy scrolls willy-nilly.
Yeah, so Kirk, this also gets picked up slightly. If you ever pick up a Catholic Bible, they have more books in their Hebrew Bible for basically the same reason. There's no longer contact with the Jewish community, and so books which were studied at the time, and they were considered good, just not Bible, because there's no longer that communication, they get brought in to be the Bible. And so the Ethiopian Jewish community is basically in the same situation. They're not in communication with the greater Jewish community, and so they don't realize the distinction between the books, where in Second Temple period, yeah, people studied it, but it was not.
If you're trying to trigger Father Stephen DeYoung to come on, you're doing a very good job. I just finished his book on the Apocrypha, and he has things to say about what you just said.
I see. And so would it be okay to develop?
Let David finish. Go ahead, David.
Sorry, Jacob. Do you think I summarized that okay? At least a reasonable way?
I mean, from a Jewish standpoint, yeah, I agree with you. Like, these are people who don't have access to, and their Bible is defined by the Jewish community and the rabbis, which I think is a problem. But the Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox would say, yeah, we're not defined by the Jewish community. We have these books that we have preserved as part of our biblical tradition. And we, like, it's kind of funny, like, Protestants are in a difficult position with the King James Bible because the Protestant Old Testament is the Protestant Old Testament because that is the Masoretic text.
Right.
And so if your Bible is the Bible because it is the Masoretic text, then you're kind of making you're kind of saying, yeah, the rabbis define our religion. I'm fine with that. I think you should do that.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's an interesting question because I would say, like, originally, you were talking before about the publishing and everything else, is if you had a library, that actually happened.
Good job, David. Good job.
You're not supposed to say his name 3 times, don't you know?
No, it's you don't say his name. You talk about the Apocrypha 3 times.
Yeah, you say stuff that's not true about canon formation.
Was I right about him triggering you with his way of putting it?
Yeah, I was triggered by the whole thing. It took me a minute to. I had to switch to Chrome to log into StreamYard.
Okay.
That's how committed.
So
you're crackling again. Sorry. Go ahead, Ralph.
Yeah, I think, I mean, Josephus aside, right? Josephus, of course, makes the very modest claim that there were 24 books and only 24 books that were accepted by all Jews everywhere at all times from their mother's womb. And all other books were rejected by them all at all times in every place from their mother's womb. Historically, there was a lot more diversity than that. And mostly Christian groups just took over whatever the local sects of Judaism were using at the time. So the Roman Catholic canon is really just the Alexandrian canon. And that's why the first people who defend it are like St. Augustine in North Africa. Because that's just what they received, you know.
But the Catholics had more than just the 24 books we have, right?
Right. That's because that's the Alexandrian canon. The Alexandrian Jewish community was using extra books and different versions of some of the books.
Those heretics, how dare you?
That's why you get Greek translations very early of some of those other books, right? Those were being done in Alexandria. And, you know, that Qumran was using all kinds of things. Like when you look at the number of copies they had, number 1 is Genesis, number 2 is the Book of Enoch, number 3 is Exodus, number 4 is the Book of Jubilees. So, so yeah, it's a lot more complicated than that. It's not just the Jewish community was not sort of monolithic on the canon. Again, despite Josephus's claims.
Right. So, Father Stephen, I'm just wondering about how it might be incorporated in the idea of the 3-tier breakdown of the Old Testament. And I was listening to your conversation with Jacob before, where you were saying, and I would agree with this, that the New Testament itself, the Gospels would be of higher value, would basically be seen as Torah, like for Christians, that it would, the Torah being the most inspired, and then the prophets written on top of that, and then the writing after that, like I would certainly read scripture this way, that Paul is essentially is almost like commentary on Genesis. Like you could read a large amount of Paul's work as commentary, as not having, like in Ecclesiastes, it says, "Don't be overly righteous, nor overly wicked. Why should you destroy yourself?" And it's like, yeah, that's good advice. It's not at Torah level, but it's still pretty good, right? But you'll get some sketchy kind of things in the writings, is essentially the way that I've heard it described. Could it be that something like Enoch, it's good, it's not writings level, it's not prophets, and it's not Torah, but it's still pretty good.
Well, all of the differences, like in Christian Old Testament canons, is in the writings. It's a question of a few books in the writings, one way or the other. But it gets even weirder, because then you get things like the Slavonic Old Testament has books in appendices. So, like, what's the canonical status of an appendix? Right? Like, 4 Ezra is in an appendix. So, I mean, it's in there, so it must be more authoritative than stuff that isn't in there at all, but it's in an appendix. So, and then you get into the issue of just legit apocrypha, just books to be read privately, books to be read in the home. And again, you've got kind of a slippery border for a while sometimes. Like there were Palestinian Pharisees for about 150 years of the Common Era who thought that Ben Sirach should be part of the writings. Ultimately, it was rejected. But
so, I actually think so. The Mishnah talks about people who have no share in the world to come, like in defining heresy. And it says, Af hakore be svarim chitzoniot, I think it is. Even those who read other books. And my personal understanding of that, I know there are various rabbis who explain what that means. And frankly, I remember when I was teaching in a Hasidic school, 6th grade, there were kids who very much argued with the principle that they were too religious to read anything that's not a holy book. And so they didn't have to read all of the stuff I was teaching in English class. And the principal didn't agree. and, but when it really comes down to it, I think that is referring to people who read as haftarahs books which the rabbis do not consider one of the 24, because you can read as a haftarah any portion. That's the Jewish law. You can read any portion you like. By the way, somebody on Discord posted the clip from The Chosen where they have Jesus reading from Isaiah, and it was so cringe. It's like, you've never been to a synagogue, or maybe you've been to a Reformed synagogue, and like, it was such a Protestant conception of like how somebody gets called up to the Torah. It was really, really cringe, right? But as far as the Haftarah, right, as Jesus, as I'm guessing, was considered a visiting scholar to the synagogue, he would have been called up last to the Torah, and he probably would have been given. He could have chosen to read for the Haftarah any scroll he wanted to. Certainly, I'm sure there was an Isaiah scroll there. To this day, there are some congregations, specifically that follow the Vilna Gaon, who said that you have to read the Haftarah. You should read the Haftarah from a scroll. So they don't read the same Haftarahs as the rest of the Jewish community. They only read Haftarahs out of a scroll of Isaiah. They make a scroll of Isaiah and they read out of there. And so, yeah.
Yeah. And didn't you say the other day, Jacob, that there are still some folks who are iffy on Esther?
Oh, well, not iffy on Esther. I mean, there's a tractate of the Talmud called Megillah, which refers to Esther.
Yeah.
And Esther is one of the 5 Megillot. It's one of the 5 scrolls. And so all 5 of the scrolls actually probably are more canonical. Like, you might even say, as part of the writings, the 5 scrolls are like, have their own thing. So I can't say that. What I was saying earlier was, there are people who really don't like the groggers and stuff with Purim. And I mean, I have to say, when it comes to the writings, like, we believe these are lower levels of prophecy. Whatever your interpretation is, right? You cannot say that prophecy of anyone was equal to the prophecy of Moses. So in some ways, it has to be a lesser form of prophecy. So what does that exactly mean? And, God says quite clearly, I spoke to Moses face to face. All other prophets see in dreams and so like, again, taking the Bible in this hyper literalist way, we have started having in the Jewish community people doing that in response to Reform and Conservative. And I know Chezi and I and probably Yosef are probably 3 people who are like trying to stand at the breach and be like, please don't in reaction, like. And I have to say, a lot of Protestant hyper-dispensationalist money goes to certain institutions, Jewish institutions, which has been having a serious effect on even in the Haredi world, because like certain institutions get a lot more funding that comes from hyper-literalist, hyper-dispensationalist Christians, and it's a problem. It's
By the way, David, there's an episode of Lord of Spirits called Leviathan, It's What's for Dinner that you might enjoy listening to.
I don't know if I read that one. If I listened to that one.
I don't know if it's possible to actually catch up with the Lords of the Spirits podcast and still be a human being.
If you're a long haul truck driver, I think you could do it.
So I do data entry. So I've gotten through a lot of the material. Surprisingly, I've done. I can get a lot of pretty fast with these guys.
So, Father Stephen, we could talk about those questions I sent you from Yosef.
Sure.
Let me find those questions I sent you from Yosef. So, what is where? Let me find there. So, one, Judaizing. Is there a sin of Judaizing, and what does it mean? How does this square with the theology of John Chrysostom and the Eastern Orthodox Church? Second, deicide. What exactly is deicide, and what about the charges of deicide in the Eastern Orthodox liturgy? So we've been discussing John Chrysostom.
So that second question, I don't know what in the liturgy he's referring to.
So I think I might have.
The first question I could answer, but the second question, I'm not sure what exactly he's referring to in terms of the liturgy.
I thought the Eastern Orthodox liturgy actually does refer to deicide, like not to like
that's the one I celebrate every week.
The Jews killing Jesus, killing God. No? Okay.
No. Not the weekly liturgy. Now there may be some liturgical hymn or something that he's pointing to, but I don't know what I need to know what that is before I can respond.
The questions wasn't fully formed by him. Like I did form the question, so it might just be me. But let's talk about Judaizing.
Yeah, the first question I can answer because I have an article on say John Chrysostom's Service Against the Judaizers. But as anybody knows who's academically published, your article gets accepted and then someday, often years later, appears in print. But so Judaizing gets used in different ways at different times in church history. So some examples. In the New Testament, the people who are commonly identified as Judaizers are the group that wanted Gentile Christians to be circumcised and keep the whole Torah. So you could call that the original, I guess, or the earliest Christian use. Later on, so when St. John Chrysostom uses that, I think the correct translation of the title of those sermons is Homilies Against the Judaizers, or against those who Judaize. He's using it to refer to Christian members of his congregation who are celebrating Jewish holidays at the synagogues in Antioch rather than the Christian holidays at his church. So members of his church who are sort of going across that boundary, right, and celebrating there instead of with him.
So what exactly does that look like? Like they're going on Passover to the synagogue instead of coming
For Holy Week and Pascha
Church.
at the church. Yes.
Okay.
And he preached those homilies not to the civil authority and not to the Jewish community in Antioch, but to his people to tell them to stop doing that.
Okay.
Right. And so, yes, throughout it, he's arguing that, like, his services are better, right? And is better, and that's where they belong, right? And they shouldn't go and do it. For a variety of reasons, but that's how he uses Judaizing. There's other ways though too. So a student I was mentoring, I worked with him through the Greek of St. Gregory the Theologian's oration number 38. And so when he's talking there about the doctrine of the hierarchical Trinity, he says there are two ways you can go wrong from his perspective. He says, you could become so zealous for the monarchy of the Father that you Judaize, right, and reject the doctrine of the Trinity altogether. Or you could become so zealous for the doctrine of the Trinity that you Hellenize and become a polytheist because you forget about the monarchy.
Who is this again?
St. Gregory the Theologian, St. Gregory Nazianzus.
Okay.
In the 4th century.
Okay.
So for him, Judaize means deny the Trinity because
I interrupted his role.
Because of your firm belief in the monarchy of the Father. And he would call most modern Christians Hellenic polytheists by that argument. So
well, I have to say this has become one of my things with Eastern Orthodox. I'm like, you do realize that by Eastern Orthodox standards, vast majority of Christians have a basically tritheistic concept of.
And you know what I think when you say that?
Yeah.
I think Jacob gets the Great Schism. He understands why we had to throw Rome out. Because the doctrine of God is kind of important, right? Not being an idolater is important.
I agree. It's just, I have to say, I think, like, I cut the line, the schism, like a few hundred years before the Great Schism.
In terms of when the West actually separated, or
in
terms of us, the two of us splitting.
Well, yes, exactly. Yes. When Christians lost their way.
Yeah.
I am trying very hard to, like, understand Paul within Judaism. I would love to be convinced of Paul within Judaism, and then I can blame Constantine for everything.
Well, we'll try and get you there. We'll try
to blaming Constantine.
More for getting St. Paul off the hook. That's
Okay.
There's a number of things that you have to take into account with St. John Chrysostom in those homilies. One of them is and by none of this am I denying how in later generations those homilies were used and weaponized by other people in totally different contexts, right? So I'm not denying that at all. But in the context in which they were delivered in Antioch had the largest Jewish community in the world at the time. Antioch in Syria, Antioch on the Orontes, had been 1/3 Jewish from its founding. After the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem, the Romans took the cherubim from the temple and put them on display in Antioch as a deterrent against the Jewish community there, because after Jerusalem was wrecked, that was the largest Jewish community in the East. So by the time you get to the 4th century, you have Christianity, which has sort of just become illicit religion, is not yet the religion of the empire, coexisting in this city, which has this huge, well-established, right, very vibrant, very live Jewish community. And so you can kind of see why a lot of St. John Chrysostom's people were drifting right toward the Jewish community, and why he's trying to argue them back in. And he makes a lot of arguments that from a lot of modern Christian perspectives, shall we say, don't make a lot of sense. Like, one of his arguments against Judaism is they no longer have a temple and a priesthood and an altar, as opposed to Christians who do, which I know is news to Protestants, but that's but so those are mostly the kind of arguments he's making, right? And trying to say to them, look, none of you would go to a pagan temple because you would say that's leaving Christianity. And he's like, well, if we're having a feast here and you're at the synagogue, you're still leaving Christianity, right? You're right. And it seems we don't have, to my knowledge, we don't have any Jewish writings from that time period from the Jewish community in Antioch that give us a direct window into how they saw things. We know they were apparently letting Christians come and celebrate the feast with them.
I don't know if you heard the part where I was explaining the blessing of the heretics or not.
I've heard you talk about that before.
So today I
didn't hear it today.
Explaining it, yeah. And the question came up, like, well, why would Christians just not be like, well, I'm not a heretic. I don't care that you're calling curses down on heretics. Like, okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that seems to be the case because it was a long time after that before there really came to be a non-permeable barrier between the two. Between Christianity and Judaism.
Would you say that there exists a sin of Judaizing in modern Eastern Orthodox canon? Well, you guys don't have like canons like that, but like
we have canons, but we don't have like canon law that functions the way it does in the Roman Catholic Church.
Right.
But so I think from a modern or contemporary Eastern Orthodox perspective, if someone, a Judaizer, we would probably go back to the original meaning. Meaning if there was someone who was promoting that Gentile Christians get circumcised and keep kosher and this kind of thing.
It would be something like the Hebrew Roots movement.
Right.
That's what I was thinking.
Right. And so we wouldn't go after them being outside the church as Judaizers per se, because that's not our main issue with them theologically. I think we have a lot of stuff before we get to that. But if there was someone within the Orthodox Church that was doing that, they would probably be seen as a Judaizer.
Okay. Yeah. Chazi,
I actually wonder to what extent a group like the Black Hebrew Israelites might be understood as Judaizers as well. Now, it's not actually Judaism that they're going to, but it is to some extent.
They are so incoherent. Like, who are you talking about? Like, when you're talking about the Black Hebrew Israelites.
I mean,
yeah. Which color Power Ranger? Yeah.
That is true.
And like the ones that speak Lashon Kodash, like you have to love
Black Power Ranger. Yeah.
you have to love Lashon Kodash. Like once you get rid of the vowel system in a Semitic language, like so Chazi has a question for you. Ask him about Hillel and Cave of the Hasidim, which I have no idea what this is, or Scroll of the Hasidim, and its connection to the Essenes. I have no idea what he's talking about.
I have to ask a follow-up. For purposes of this question, are we assuming Qumran are Essenes?
I'm guessing so.
Yeah. Which isn't 100%, but I think personally it's about 95%. But other people would disagree. That they're the same people. I am skeptical of most theories trying to connect Qumran to anybody else. That includes connecting Qumran to John the Baptist, connecting Qumran directly, right? Like immediately to Jesus. My understanding of Hillel doesn't, which is my understanding of Hillel. So for what that's worth, it doesn't. That doesn't work for me as a match. I think Qumran was functioning in a fundamentally different way than Pharisaism was.
Well, they were saying you can't take animals out of, like if an animal falls on the Sabbath, you can't take it out of ditches. And they were, like, I believe they were like not going to the bathroom the entirety of the Sabbath.
Yeah.
And like, weird stuff like that. And it's like, come on.
Right. It's what I mean by it's functioning. So let me give a parallel, which may not be popular with Christian viewers. But I think, for example, Protestantism and Orthodox Christianity function in very different ways. Protestant Christianity is text-based. Orthodox Christianity is not. It is ritual-based. It is liturgy-based. Right? And so even where you could say at the end of the day, we agree on something, we're still coming at it from very different angles. And that's what I mean when I say what's going on at Qumran and Pharisaic Judaism are coming at things from very different directions. From what we know about Qumran, they're starting with like the calendar and this incredibly intricate cosmology. That's where they're beginning. And they think that even supersedes Torah. The way, like in the Book of Enoch and in some of their other texts, like Moses gets demoted.
And Enoch are the greatest copies we have. It's not Genesis and Deuteronomy.
No, it's Genesis and then Enoch, yeah, and then Exodus and then Jubilees, right? Like, I don't see anyone in first century Pharisaic Judaism looking at what Qumran was doing with anything much other than just, these are weirdos, these are heretics, these people are insane. Right? I mean, it's denying very fundamental things to me of Pharisaic Judaism, from what we can tell. And vice versa. We know that at Qumran, they thought the Pharisees were, in modern terms, wild-eyed liberals who had just, sold out the farm.
Everything went off the rails as soon as we started having the calendar switched.
Right.
That was just far too liberal, and that clearly meant that now the year was pagan.
Right.
There's no way around it. If we get rid of the names of the months, then we're stuck.
Right. They looked at the Pharisaic calendar. They said, look, you have to add a month. You have to add a whole month every few years. Clearly, this is not from God, right? Clearly, this whole thing's a mathematical mess. Humans invented this.
So the Quran specifically like is anti intercalation of months. Like it mentions it as something that is horrible that people do. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. So the well, yeah, the as I heard a recent conversation of yours. As much as our Muslim friends don't want to admit it, like there's so much pre-existing Jewish and Church of the East Christian stuff in the Quran.
Well, honestly,
Like,
I read over the Quran, and knowing the Midrash is actually more helpful to understanding the
Yeah.
Quran stories than the Bible. It has like, and I would say the same thing about their understanding of Jesus is your infancy gospels get quoted more than your gospels.
yeah. The 7 sleepers of Ephesus are in the Quran. Like,
well, the Joseph story, like I was actually having conversations with Muslims in my area, and we were studying the biblical version versus the Quran version of Surah Yusuf. And Surah Yusuf, sometimes it becomes confusing if you're just looking at the biblical text. But if you're looking at the Midrash, all of a sudden you're like there's this whole bit about Potiphar's wife
yeah.
cutting her hand, or getting women to cut their hands while they're having oranges. And you're like, where is that in the Bible? It's like, it's not. But it's, he couldn't, I believe he couldn't distinguish what was like, because he was only hearing the stories.
Well, so one of the things with being in the Patriarchate of Antioch is I have a lot of Middle Eastern Christians in my church and know a lot of Middle Eastern Christians. And there's a lot of knowledge about the origins of Islam that they've maintained, shall we say. And I'm pretty persuaded that it's accurate that Muhammad had an uncle who was a bishop in the Church of the East. And that those East Syriac traditions are how a lot of this stuff ended up in the Quran. I mean, you look at read Averroes. He had like a crisis over the fact that the 7 sleepers of Ephesus were in the Quran. Like he couldn't figure out how this made any sense, and it kind of doesn't. But like, why are these weird, even kind of fringe Christian saints from centuries later in the Quran? Why are they mentioned? Like,
when was he writing that? Like,
was who writing that?
Well, like his commentary said that he was surprised at the
Averroes, like, famously, like, why is this here? Right? And he found out from Christians what it was about, what it was a reference to, and he's like he couldn't wrap his brain around it. Aristotle didn't help him. So
I think Averroes was 9th century or 10th century.
I think early 10th.
10th.
If I remember right. And Averroes is the Latinization of Ibn Rausch, but
so this has been a problem for a long time, but why is it resurfacing now, I guess?
Well, how much trouble do who cares? During earlier eras in the Islamic world, there seems to have been a lot more freedom of discussion and inquiry about this kind of stuff than there is now. At least among what I see. So all I see is like the forward-facing like Islamic apologists and stuff. I'm not going to an Islamic university in Egypt or something. Maybe there's still this kind of lively discussion and stuff going on, but I don't see that, obviously, right? And among the forward-facing Islamic apologists I see, there is no willingness to even enter into discussions of these things, to even enter into a discussion about there being source material for the Quran, other than like direct dictation from God, right?
They are talking about it secretly, and some of those secret interactions where they've said that. There's a famous interaction that is now making its rounds where someone says the standard narrative has holes in it, has become the clip that everyone has made its way around the world for that very reason. And part of why it's making such a huge impact is that people in Muslim countries are not able to have these conversations, but they can watch whatever they want on YouTube. And so there's some people are estimating that there's an estimation that essentially Iran is considerably more privately secular or doubting what the Islamic narratives are, because they've watched debate. It's essentially, I believe that that Catholicism couldn't survive the printing press, and it might be that the internet is the thing that is causing the same thing to happen within Islam.
I do want to give some of the apologists some credit. Have you heard of Blogging Theology? He brings on scholars that are at least talking about it, or at least that one of his videos.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean, to me, it even seems like, Jacob earlier was able to say, yeah, it's okay that the Hebrew Bible references the Baal cycle sometimes. Right? Like, it seems to me there's no reason why someone couldn't study the Quran and find some explanation, some reason, some meaning to the seven sleepers of Ephesus showing up there. Right? I'm not going to say right now, just de facto, that's impossible. But you have to have the freedom to ask and answer certain questions in order to do that. Right? So if there was some kind of Orthodox Jewish fundamentalist who would refuse to acknowledge, no, Leviathan in the Hebrew Bible has nothing to do with Lotan in the Ugaritic text. It's completely irrelevant, I guess that would be similar. And there are Christians that way.
Well,
There are Christian fundamentalists that way.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about that before. And I do think that Islam, there's conversations which, because they haven't been allowed to be had, the evidence moving forward, like people just trusted their leaders, and their leaders said, no, there's no documents where there's possibly even another reading of a text, right? No, there's no minority text, right? Where it's like there's no essentially, as a Christian, I admit that there's certain readings which are in the Dead Sea Scrolls which are different, and we can have a debate over how tall Goliath is, right? And why we might think one number is correct, but Islam,
or we can say that's not even that important.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
But for some people, any idea that there could be any gray area whatsoever would destroy their theology. Yeah. And that is the case also in Islam right now. But because and they were able to keep it quiet within their own communities, but now people are interacting with stuff on the internet and they can't keep it quiet.
Yeah. To me, that's the mark of a fragile religion. If there are questions you just can't ask. That's what the problems they're having now with the Book of Mormon. Because Yeah. Like the dog doesn't hunt in terms of thinking that it's historically literally accurate about life in North America and Central America.
I mean, so I have to say the internet is having an impact on every religion, and I think generally for the better, but there is certainly, like, I don't like Yaron Reuven, for example, having the type of influence he does, because on the internet somehow he's considered a credible rabbi, whereas if he were to walk into any Orthodox synagogue in the world, like, he would be considered similar to the taxi driver in terms of authority, you know?
But I admittedly, I understand what you're saying about how difficult it is to sort of police the borders of Judaism. But you got nothing on us Christians, right? You want to talk about wide open borders? Like, anybody can just go on YouTube and say, "Hi, I'm a Christian." Throw whatever title they want to in front of their name. They could be patriarch, pope, whoever, right? And say whatever they want. And if any other Christian dares come and say, "Hey, this guy's just some loon, he's not really a Christian," get ready for the firing squad, right? Like, Christian has become just a floating signifier now. It's a meaningless word. It means nothing because anybody who identifies as one is one.
I realized that when this was right before I was married. I was on a dating app, and they asked the question, like, I was serious. I was trying to find a wife. They're like, religion, Christian, and very quickly you found out that meant nothing. It meant really meant nothing.
Yeah. I mean, it's just there's no required beliefs. There's no required practice. There's no required. Your mom doesn't have to have been a Christian. I mean, there's no like, and that's why, like, the last time I talked to Sam, I was like, why do they keep throwing you out and William Lane Craig gets a free pass?
Oh my God.
William Lane Craig is fractally wrong. Like, he is a complete heretic on every topic. There's not a single thing he gets right.
What?
Not a single topic of theology. His view on everything is just as wrong as his entire view. That's why he's fractally wrong.
But he's like everybody likes him.
Yeah, he's not a Christian by any meaningful definition other than identifies as a Christian.
Come on.
Okay, what do you have to believe to be a Christian?
I don't know. The Trinity's up there, right?
Okay, he's a heretic on the Trinity.
He
compared the Trinity to Cerberus.
He came up with his own version of the Trinity.
A tri-personal being. Cerberus, three-headed dog. That's how he explains the Trinity.
It could be worse than a clover, you know?
So is that belief in the Trinity? So you just have to use the word Trinity. That doesn't have to have any content behind it.
I don't know. I'm not good at this.
If it's Sam versus William Lane Craig, Sam is a Christian and William Lane Craig is not.
I'm sure Sam is very happy to hear that.
I don't know. I guess I count.
Honestly, I would say Sam is actually very close to being a Trinitarian. He just refuses to use the word.
Oh my gosh, what?
He's like, that's not a biblical word, so he refuses to use it.
Yeah.
Oh, great! I love that reasoning. Hey, now we'll stop celebrating like birthdays and other holidays. That sounds great. We'll start going on that track as well.
But thank you for demonstrating my point by how you reacted when I said William Lane Craig isn't a Christian.
Do you like?
You're not allowed to say that about anybody. If they identify as one, you're not allowed to say that they're not, no matter what they believe, no matter what they teach.
No, you are. You are.
Okay.
You are. I disagree. Like, you don't count Mormons as Christians, right?
Well, okay. Now, if you want to get to me personally, if you want me to be really strict, cards on the table. I
Yeah.
think the adjective orthodox in front of Christianity
Yeah.
does the exact same work as the adjective orthodox in front of Judaism.
You have Jay Dyer.
Hold on, you're saying all the Catholics and Protestants are atheists?
No, I'm saying they're like Reformed Jews.
I don't know about that.
Which are all atheists. So
Not all Reformed Jews are atheists. That's not-
Okay, but the Pittsburgh platform does talk about the God idea.
yeah.
This was in the 19th century.
Well, I'm not saying they're great either, right? But no. This is, and you can get this from Archbishop Averki and stuff, right? Various non-Orthodox, just like various Jewish people who would not identify as Orthodox Jews, believe more of or less of what Orthodox Judaism teaches, right?
Okay, yes.
Right? From atheists to people who are quasi-Orthodox, right? In their personal practice and beliefs, right?
Right.
And so that's the comparison I'm making.
Okay.
So from the perspective of Orthodox Christianity is Christianity proper.
Yes.
And other groups have held on to more or less of the Orthodox Christian tradition. So I would say a Mormon is very, very far away, as is William Lane Craig. Right?
Come on.
Whereas some Roman Catholics and some Protestants are very, very close. Right? Like,
You get it.
So on Saturday, we went and Trey and I went and visited a Greek Orthodox monastery, and we got to meet the abbess, Mother Markella, and it was an interesting. It was really interesting. She it was really funny to have a discussion. So I don't know if I've told you about my idea for a kind of Noahide Beit Midrash that has room for like Christians and Muslims to come into. So I went and I spoke to my rabbi last Monday about this idea. I actually incorporated yesterday, August 1st, Fountain of Comfort, I'm going to be calling it. And yes, the Hebrew is Mayan Menachem, and you can guess who Menachem is. So before we founded it, we went to talk to Mother Markella, and it was, from all three of us, I think it was a very strange experience. She's known to be like a miracle worker, and it was a strange experience. Let me put it this way. The funny thing is, she said all the same things. Like, it was like my discussion with my rabbi, and then my discussion with Mother Markella, like parallels, which was yeah. And then he started cracking up, and you can explain why you started cracking up.
Guess what scripture she quoted on whether it will be good or not? What's like literally Jacob's greatest hits? Think about the one he talks about all the time.
what, something in Hebrews?
No.
Acts 5, she started talking about Gamaliel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, this can't be real. This can't be real. I started laughing. She was like, why are you laughing? And I was like, he said his line, you know?
Stole his bit.
Yeah.
So while I was there, I was talking to one of the nuns who's apparently a huge fan of yours.
That's weird. Okay.
Oh, no. You're very
Finding out you have a nun who's a
Well, she's a fan of your books.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if she actually listens to Lord of Spirits.
Okay.
They
Okay.
have access. I'm pretty sure they don't have access.
Yeah, I would hope not, actually. But yeah.
But your books apparently are very popular there. And that should be fine, right? And I
yeah. I mean,
I refer to the Antiochian like as a sister church. I'm not sure if, like, what do you call the various autocephalous divisions in Eastern Orthodoxy?
yeah. I mean, the like the patriarchs would address each other as brothers. So
Okay.
sister church seems fine to me. I mean, I don't hear it that often, but I mean, it doesn't seem wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's usually feminine pronouns, like the
For
Church of Antioch, she, right? Da, 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 da.
I have a question that I'm still trying to figure out. I actually think so. Father Stephen, just so you know, I'm I got it. I was raised Catholic, became a Protestant, and then was introduced to because as a growing up Catholic, we celebrated specifically what was called Holy Thursday for us, which was a service where we specifically were celebrating the Lord's Supper.
Yeah.
And my church wasn't doing anything, and I was just like, we're supposed to do something. And they're like, what are you talking about? And I was just like shouldn't we have like a Passover or something? And I was first year university, so I was part of like a college and career group, and so the youth pastor said, you find out what it is and you can put it on. And so I entered into a lot of Messianic Christianity through that route, through learning about the feasts, and trying to figure out how do we incorporate the truth of Scripture in a non-Marcionite kind of a way, where I felt a lot of the Christian celebration was completely removed from basically it's also just greatest hits of bringing up the sections where Christ is speaking about Torah in a very positive way. And I felt like only within Messianic Christianity did I feel like those things were taken seriously. But the thing I found most compelling about the possibility of Orthodox Christianity being true is not any argument I've heard anyone make, but just something that's come to mind, which is the idea of what being the chosen people for Jews meant was being the first among brothers, first among siblings, and that seems so. So this is the thing in my mind. Let me just get it through, and you guys tell me your thoughts. Is that there is a biblical pattern of the failure of the first, and the failure of the first, like Cain, of Saul being the first king, of repeatedly the firstborn being the one that's not being blessed, like who would receive the blessing naturally, but then it goes to the younger brother. And then that the Catholic Church was considered for a very long time, Rome was the first among brothers. And so I wonder if from an Orthodox, if the Orthodox Church has spoken of that as, yeah, they are the first. They were the chosen to some extent. And just as the first, like I said this to Jacob about Messiah ben Yosef, is that I don't think it's anti-Semitic to speak of Israel rejecting Messiah, because they represent humanity. The firstborn represents humanity, and so humanity would reject its Messiah. And so Judaism is actually representing humanity in rejecting Christ as Mashiach. and that also, so within that thinking, the Catholic Church going into bad directions actually is again a fulfillment of this image throughout Scripture of the failure of the first. This is an idea. I'm trying to work it out, and response.
Well, so in terms of Israel and the church, there's an important part of that dynamic that you left out, which is St. Paul's idea that the reason blessings have been given to the Gentile church is to provoke Judea to jealousy.
Yeah, absolutely. And within the Messianic movement, and Jacob, I'm sure you won't like this, but I had heard it quoted directly that there were churches where, like, they were Messianic churches, and they cared more about the feasts than the Reformed synagogues. And so I knew people that converted to Christianity because they were trying, like, they hadn't celebrated whatever feast in a very long time, and they felt that was a fulfillment of that.
Oh, this is the one place I give Chosen People Ministries some credit, and Christianity in general is, look, if you take, and I mean, Reform and conservative bristle when I say this, but I think when you convert a Reform or conservative Jew to Christianity and the belief in God, you are bringing them closer to Orthodox Judaism than when they're in Reform or conservative.
Okay. So your only problem is them just going after Orthodox. They went after all the other Jews. You'd be fine with it.
Well, okay, I have to say, I find the idea of having, I find the idea of, like, having a directed ministry trying to destroy other people's religions, like, I just find that offensive in general. Like, I'm not a huge fan of Hinduism, but, like, going, like, the way they do it, like, it's literally offensive and hostile. And
I would say, Jacob, that my experience with Chosen People's Ministry in Canada, at least, the people that I knew who were involved were people that were essentially secular Jews who were not seeking after anything, and they became Christian, and so they're interested in converting people the way that they were converted, not Gentiles. And really, and like the people that I knew were, like, I knew the head of the Canadian division of Chosen People Ministry, like the head of the organization over here, and he was his name was Joseph Cray, and he was someone who would have had a testimony more like what you're saying was better, and so his interest was for other people to receive exactly what he received. Sorry, I don't want to go off on this tangent.
Yeah.
Father Stephen,
But,
can you...
So I think the piece that's missing there in terms of what St. Paul is doing with that jealousy thing is that St. Paul is fundamentally seeing this as an inversion of the Old Testament pattern, where Israel is created by God to have this special role, right? He thinks that Israel hasn't fulfilled that role historically, or hadn't up to his day historically. And so God has now done this move among the Gentiles with the purpose of bringing Israel back to fulfill that role. So rather than, it's an inversion in that rather than bringing the nations to God through Israel, he's bringing Israel back to himself by way of this move among the nations, so that Israel will take that place back. And that is very much a part of the Orthodox rhetoric toward Rome. That the Bishop of Rome did have this place as primus inter pares. they forsook that and tried to exercise it in sort of a dictatorial way of universal jurisdiction, right? And so they've been cut off from the communion of the church with the hopes that they will return and take up that position again and fulfill it, right? And this is the dynamic that's going on in the parable of the prodigal son, which everybody reads it and just focuses on the prodigal son. But it starts with, there was a man who had 2 sons.
Right. And it ends with the son who's not entering in.
Right.
And
By his choice. By his choice.
yes,
And the
he's
father wanting to reconcile him too.
And
Right, yeah.
that's the end of that parable. First off, it actually says that at the end of that parable, people are upset because they knew it was against them. It's not all about it, like we focus on the nice part, but within the text, it's actually like the sinners already know the message. They're very happy. He says that, and it says that the Pharisees became upset because they knew they uttered that against them.
Right. But it's important what he says, what the father says to the older son. He says, you have always been with me, and everything I have is yours. Right? Now come be reconciled and take your place, right? As my oldest son. Right? Yeah.
Michael, you must have something to say.
I know. First,
You're a preacher.
yes, he did. He the reason he's a preacher is he, converted a Unitarian closer to Trinitarianism by giving your book, young.
So apparently he read your book, Father Stephen,
Oh,
and that's made him closer to being a Trinitarian.
Yeah.
well, that's good.
Yeah.
From my
No,
perspective. Not from Jacob's, but from my perspective, that's good.
Trey, I'm glad that you've enjoyed that book. Glory to God. Father Stephen, Father Mark just came back from the convention in Phoenix.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. I figured.
Yeah.
He had mentioned that, or at least passed along a rumor at the it's fine. It's just fine. It won't be bad. Passed along a rumor at growth statistics of the Antiochian church, and just that it might be something like one of the, if not the fastest growing Christian sects, let's say, within the U.S. right now. And I was curious if you had heard rumblings of that or what your take was.
That's what one presentation of the statistics says. Right. Now with statistics, you could do things, right? And what data you include and how you factor things in. But at least one presentation of the statistics, the Antiochian Archdiocese is the fastest growing Christian religious group in the U.S. right now.
Even if they're like really wrong about that, they're right enough that's
and also, to be fair, that may be world's tallest dwarf, right? Like a lot of other Christian groups are in steep decline right now in the U.S. So what that equates to in real numbers. I was just overjoyed that I presented the Romans curriculum for next year and remain a frocked priest in the presence of a patriarch, the new metropolitan, and other bishops and ecclesial dignitaries.
Metropolitan. Yeah, I wanted to hear about that.
Yeah. Well, I also found out, and this is weirder than the nun being a fan. It turns out the monastic priest who teaches at the University of Balamand, who came with the Patriarch of Antioch to serve as his translator, is a big fan of Lord of Spirits. So that was odd.
Who is this again?
So there's a Christian university in Balamand, Lebanon.
Okay.
that's at an ancient monastery there.
Okay.
And one of the professors there, who's a priest monk at the monastery, came with the patriarch to serve as his translator.
I see.
And he is a big Lord of Spirits fan.
I see. Okay, so Professor Priest Monk. Wow, sounds like somebody who's going to be an important person one day.
Yeah, he may end up being a bishop someday. There
Jacob.
was also things are also moving ahead on. So Hamatura Monastery in Lebanon, which is a 4th century monastery, is moving forward on publishing. They've got the translation in. They're doing the typesetting and stuff for the Arabic translation of Religion of the Apostles that they're publishing over there. And it's primarily aimed at counter-missionary efforts. I found out that's why they wanted to translate it, against Protestant missionaries there who are trying to convert Orthodox Christians
against Muslims. Oh.
Yeah. So it's not just Jewish people who they're after, Jacob. They're after
Well, so
they're after us too.
Yeah, the mission in Ormia, that so there was a Westminster. So the first medical school in Iran was Westminster Hospital, which it was a
Presbyterian, obviously.
In 1860s, right after right after the Civil War, they sent 6 doctors to Iran, and because they were only allowed to minister to other to other Christians, they were actually going after the Assyrians, the Oriental Orthodox Church. And that was their main mission. But actually, like, if you read some of the diaries from which I looked at from that time, that was their excuse to missionize to the Muslims.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have a parishioner now whose first encounter with Orthodoxy was he went on a mission trip to Greece to convert them to Christianity.
That didn't work out so
from a Pentecostal church.
I see.
So yeah, there's a lot of that.
On this idea that I think, thank you, Father Stephen, for that response to those ideas that I'm playing with right now. Jacob, on the role of Gentile, and even this idea that Messianic Christians are saying about, like, we will make Israel jealous by celebrating their feasts. Could there be a perspective that would include this as a possibility, as the role of, like, that things could move away from those who are born Jewish to the Gentiles, to bring Israel closer to God? Your thoughts?
I mean, look, ultimately, we certainly believe that everything that is happening in the Christian church is also a reflection, like, so we believe that if Israel were in fact, you have to realize God is outside of time. And the Talmud says God saw that there were few righteous people, and he spread them among the generations, right? So God knows how holy of people each person is even before we are born. And there's this idea that God arranged the world the way it is, right? So, and this is how we understand that the Talmud says anyone who lives in a generation that the temple isn't isn't rebuilt is someone that if they lived during the time of the temple would have been destroyed, right? So there is this idea that, okay, God knew how righteous of a person I would be before I was born, and he decided to put me where he put me because he knows the results of my level of faith and right. So ultimately, you can't defeat God, right? And so there is.
Sorry, are you saying that God predestined some people to be Calvinists?
No, I am saying that God, knowing what our choices would be, has arranged the world so that those people who are Calvinist, doomed to be Calvinists, right? Because they have made bad life choices, like God knew, hey, I need a Calvinist here, and I need somebody who actually believes in God here, and arranged the world that way, right? So, and this is, I mean, ultimately, the censored part of Maimonides that I bring up so much, right? It's like, it's funny, like the beginning part of that censored part, the anti-Semites who hear it, like, they're like, see, Jews hate Jesus. And then you read the rest of it, and he's like, yeah, God did this because he wanted to help the entire world become more prepared for the coming of the Messiah, right? So the fact is that I have no idea what Molinism is, but
it's what William Lane Craig believes, so you know it's wrong.
Middle knowledge. Let's not get middle knowledge.
But when it comes down to it, like, yeah, we do believe that the reason God created Christianity is, in fact, to make, like, this isn't outside of mainstream Jewish theology. Like, God arranged things, and I mean, honestly, like, if you want to get into Holocaust theology, you can. I generally try to avoid it very much because a lot of people go, like, it's kind of like talking about the Trinity. Most Christians simply should stay away from it. But that's why I say that Holocaust theology should not be a major part of our religion, because it is a place where people easily fall into various forms of heresy, and anything like that isn't an essential of our faith. The essential of our faith are those things which God clearly states, clearly in the Bible, that is really clear all the way through. If there's a huge discussion about it, obviously God didn't think it was that important to clarify.
Okay. Thank you for that. Jacob, I'm really glad we got to have a second conversation. I know you wanted to way back in the day, but I was very busy at that time. So I'm glad we got to reconnect. I hope we talk some more. Father Stephen, pleasure. I will listen to about eating Leviathan. Michael Andrew, got good meeting you guys. Okay.
Leviathan Behemoth et al.
Oh. Okay. Good night, guys.
Good night. Go ahead.
Father Steve, I has been spending a lot of time with Father Hopko's speeches in his last few years, and strikes me as very, very Pauline, right? Very bit of a rabble rouser toward the end there.
Yeah.
I was just curious if there was anything in his later work that stood out to you in a way that you feel that there's something that should be clarified or superseded on, or like, hey, that guy was doing God's work, or I don't know. I mean, I'm keeping it kind of generic here.
Yeah.
I'm just curious on how you think about his later days.
So Hopko his genius was in pastoral theology and practical theology. When you start getting into theology proper and that kind of thing, that's not his strong suit, right? Like, he's Orthodox, so I mean, I'm not saying he's a heretic or something, but that's not like, you're not going to get like, oh, finally the monarchical trinity makes sense to me because of the way he explained it, right? Whereas dealing with issues like his book on same-sex attraction is really good, that he wrote near the end of his life. A lot of those kind of pastoral issues surrounding living in community, right, and those kind of things, I think that's his strongest stuff. And so I think that's the stuff to kind of focus on more than sort of, and he mainly focused on that, but you know, he got invited to speak a lot and recorded a lot, so there's a lot out there.
He's the one who talks about the toll houses. Am I?
He wasn't that big into. I think he mentioned him, but he wasn't that big into that. That's, you know. Yeah, I got a blog post on that. It's basically, it's picking up some pieces of Orthodox tradition and then taking them way too literally, and then certain American converts making them a shibboleth for like for all of Orthodoxy.
Super random question. So you know Greek. I do not know Greek at all. Phusis. I've heard.
You mean feces?
Feces? Yeah.
Which is the Greek word usually translated nature. Yeah.
I've heard that it has the secondary meaning of instantiation, like hypostases. I've heard it could be because nature is general or specific. Do you know anything about it? I don't know. I'm not too big on the subject. Okay. I know some people who are crazy on it, but
so I'm gonna have to try and cure you of your neophysitism.
Okay.
If we enter into this topic. It is true that, and St. John of Damascus points this out, that St. Cyril of Alexandria used the word feces in a way similar to hypostasis, meaning an instantiation, a particular, right? When he talked about one feces of the incarnate God, the Word. And, you know, hopefully the Hebrew Bible study part is over, because the word feces literally appears nowhere in the Greek of the but in terms of its theological use, it's basically trying to do some of the work that body does in ancient Near Eastern sources, where body is not taken as like meat, right? But body as being a sort of nexus of powers and potentialities. That's really what nature means philosophically and theologically. So it's a set of powers, right? And possessing a particular set of powers is then what makes a thing what it is. Right?
Are there particular Hebrew words you're thinking of?
No. There's not. That's why it doesn't occur. It doesn't occur in the Greek translation because there is no direct one for one. The only place it occurs in the Greek Old Testament is in, I believe, 2nd Maccabees, but it might be 3rd Maccabees. So I mean, it's at the edge, right, where you get the word feces. But it's not so much specific Hebrew words as, and I know you've heard me talk about this, the idea that, right, the eyes of God, right, is not saying that God has a squishy, right, like physical, right, but it's pointing to a power, right? It's pointing to an energy of God, right, a power that he has, right, or the right hand of God, or right.
I usually just go for speech of God. I tell them, okay, so what you think in Genesis 1, like, where was the mouth?
Yeah. And there were vibrations going through air, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. So nature is a way of sort of bundling together, right, all of those powers and potentialities for a given thing. So when they talk about the divine nature, it's talking about all of those powers that mark out God as God, as opposed to anyone or anything else. Right. And when you talk about human nature, it's talking about the powers and potentialities possessed by a human that separates a human from an angel or a donkey, right? Like that's right. And so in sort of classical Orthodox Christology, the idea is that God, the Word, takes on himself human nature. And what that means is he's not giving anything up. He doesn't cease being the Logos.
Yeah.
But he takes on himself a set of human powers and potentialities such that he can voluntarily get tired, sleep, eat, drink, die voluntarily, etc.
How is Tselem translated to in the Septuagint?
Let me look.
Tselem is what's used in Genesis for image of God.
How much knowledge does Jesus give up when he becomes human?
What was the question?
How much knowledge does Jesus give up when he becomes
None.
human?
So you kids these days have your fancy software. Us old guys have reading glasses and Hatch and Redpath.
Okay.
In which you can look up a Hebrew word and see all the Greek words used to translate it. Which will take me a minute. This is making for exciting streaming, I know.
Well, okay. So while you're doing that, Trey is having conniptions because of all the places where Jesus says he doesn't know.
No, I think it's more or less. I mean, my biggest problem, and will always be with, is that when Jesus has this big moment, he says, "You call yourselves gods," when you could say that, like, "I am God, I am that guy." When he could have said that, instead he just more or less defers that I am this lesser power, authority.
No, he identifies himself as the Logos.
I'm talking when he's talking to the Pharisees and they say, "Who do you say you
Oh,
are?"
I think, yeah, this is in John where he says, Ani amarti Elohim etem. And honestly, like, I always found it very interesting that there Jesus is quoting a verse where God says, I have said. And if you're a Christian, it's who a Trinitarian, it's God quoting himself, saying, "I have said."
No, not if you're an actual Trinitarian. If you're an actual Trinitarian, it's the Logos, right?
Quoting the Father.
Right. Yes. Yeah, because the Logos is the representative of the Father to lesser beings, regardless of who you think the Elohim are there. Right. The point that Jesus is making is, if those people were called gods, right, then how much more is it right to call the Logos Theou, which everywhere in St. John's Gospel refers to Jesus, God. Right? If the people he came to were called gods, how is he not the Son of God?
I mean, I don't know if we want to get on this Trinitarian Unitarian. Like
I'm just saying, John 10. I get where you're coming from.
Well, one more question: how do we understand if Jesus lost no knowledge, right? Like, why do we have Jesus' baptism being employment? Why does he go into the wilderness and everything like that? That doesn't make sense.
Well, those
Like,
are different questions. So traditionally, Christ's baptism, he's baptized and he sanctifies the waters. Because there's this inversion, right? Normally, you go and you touch someone with leprosy, that makes you unclean for having come in contact with leprosy. With Jesus, he touches the leper and the leper becomes clean. Right. So there's a couple things going on. And there's also, right, you have St. John the Forerunner in the desert, right?
Yes.
Gathering a people together in order to cross the Jordan, right? And go into Judea, which is under corrupt authorities like Herod and the Sadducees, right? And it's a deliberate parallel to Joshua crossing the Jordan. Right. And in the hymnography for Theophany, for the celebration of Jesus' baptism, it says when he's baptized, the Jordan turns back, right? It stops and turns back. That's nowhere in the story of Jesus' baptism. It's taken from Joshua, right? Like to try to make that connection. Right. That the land has now become corrupt and wicked again and needs to be delivered by somebody named Joshua. Right, leading a group of leading the righteous remnant that still remains, right, to come in and reclaim it. Now I forgot what word I'm looking up.
Selim.
Selim. Okay.
Selim.
I'll save it for later. Anytime I'm like, man, I'm sort of reading this in the Old Testament, and then we'll start going into actual theology, and I'll be like, Unitarians got me. They yanked me back.
Almost there. Okay. So
you're in the Tzaddiks.
Yeah.
Selamet. Is it transliterated or is it with Hebrew letters?
Oh, it's Hebrew letters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because trying to find words in Strong's is really horrible. I just end up looking up the verse and then
so it looks like I have to find the right Selim. Paradane. It's about 5 different words that all sort of mean like underlying thing.
Like what are those words? Like
Hyperaldane was one of them. That was the most common one.
okay. Which one's used for Genesis 1:27? I suppose
I'll have to look up directly.
Actually, you know what? I can look that up.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Genesis 1:27 Blue Letter Bible will have.
Yes. Once I figure out LXX. Oh, this is in Greek. I can't read this. That's why we have Father Stephen here. Oh, I don't know if you can read it on the stream. I'll make it bigger. 127. 25, 26, 27.
Yeah. And God made the man according to the image of God. He made him literally masculine and feminine. He made them.
So what's the word for image there?
Icona.
Icona.
Yeah, icon, literally.
Okay. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah. So since I promised Andrew, would you say? So I know you'd say that Christ is consubstantial with the Father, right? Would you say he is consubstantial with you?
I mean, why not?
So you're saying yes?
His mom
Oh,
just parents have
the Parent Trap.
yes.
Oh man.
Yeah, sure.
Now I gotta leave.
Now this man claims to be your spiritual son.
He
I
is.
have no idea what that means.
If you have enough kids, you end up with one that ain't right.
You really gotta do it like that.
And that's him.
Oh wait.
So Andrew,
Mhm.
are you saying yes?
Yeah, sure.
He is also consubstantial with you.
Yeah.
So he's human in the same sense you're human.
I mean, I don't think I went through kenosis, but hey, sure. I mean, why not?
Okay. So you just affirmed Constantinople publicly. Or not Constantinople, Chalcedon. publicly.
Chalcedon?
Yeah.
See? You can't trust them.
No, because
congratulations. You have left the Coptic Church and
I mean,
I've
this
seen
is, I always point
even
out
Chris
that
Maiden.
Dioscorus was perfectly fine with of two natures.
okay, but that's a side issue. The point you just said that Christ is both consubstantial with the Father and with us, which is the teaching of Chalcedon.
Chalcedon says in two natures, though.
Right. That's how he could be consubstantial with both the Father and with us.
Yeah, I don't get this.
I don't even understand what the word constant substantial means.
It means it's very simple. People make this very complex. Homoousios means the same thing.
Okay, if you think you are the same thing as God, you're a heretic.
No. It means the same thing in the sense that so humans are consubstantial with each other. We're the same thing, right? We're not the same person,
Okay.
right? But we're the same thing,
Okay.
right? There's not a
I see.
difference between us vis-a-vis, right, humanity.
Like we share the same powers and
Yeah,
potential.
same kind.
but it's not saying we're the same person or the same being, right?
Okay, so I have to say then, to say anything is consubstantial with God, anything would be a form of idolatry. Lota suniti, do not make with me. That would seem to be like how we understand the second commandment.
Right, but if God makes an image of himself,
but
that
that's
is his
the whole
express
point.
image, right?
That's the whole point of Lota Asun Iti, right? That's why we were reading Genesis 1:27. That's why I asked about the word Sela.
Right.
God has made billions of
Yes.
right, and
this is where Yahidi comes in, right?
okay,
That Jesus is the image of God in a unique sense, which I know you don't accept. You're Jewish, right?
Actually, I've been meaning to write a book for a while, An Only Son, because I do think that when it says Hespedim, that there will be eulogies as for an only son, that does refer to Jesus.
Yeah.
But that's so. I think the term Ben Yechidi does refer to Jesus, but that's because I think it refers to Israel. And he is a member of Israel.
Right. And I've said to you before, right, that at the core of this is the idea that Jesus embodies Israel and the Torah and the God of Israel in a unique way, which I think is synonymous with just saying he's the Messiah.
Okay, right. Which begs the question, was Cyrus the Messiah?
He was a Messiah, yes.
Okay, so then you don't, even being Messiah isn't monogenes.
But I mean, there is a Messiah, right? You believe will be a Messiah, who is the sort of Yahidi again, who is the sine qua non of the type, right?
Basically, what generally a lot of Orthodox Jews do believe is that the Messiah will have children, and he after the coming of the Messiah, he will because then we get into all kinds of questions, right? But because death is supposedly that, what does it mean that his sons will rule after him, right? And honestly, I just default to what Maimonides says. It's none of this stuff is clear in the Bible. So why, how can we make these things? He says, Lo tasimam ikar, you should not set them as essentials because they are not clear in the Bible itself. And if we are having these discussions trying to figure out what the Bible is telling us, it seems obvious to me that if it's a matter of genuine discussion, it can't be that important to God. Or God's not a bad teacher. He really is not. God is pretty good at expressing himself.
Right, but what are you saying that we don't know? Because you have ideas about what the Messiah is going to look like.
I do have
such
ideas.
that you say Jesus isn't him, right? Okay. So you have to have an idea of who he's going to be in order to exclude Jesus, right?
Okay. I exclude Jesus the same way as I think Gamliel did, right? I really if it's Jesus, fine. Like I don't have a problem with somebody believing Jesus will be the Messiah. I think he's wrong, but that's just my little personal opinion on something that I don't think is that important.
So you don't think it's important if Jesus was the Messiah?
If Jesus was
Right.
the Messiah,
Right.
okay.
Would that not be important?
Right. What is perfectly clear is that Jesus was not the Messiah. Like,
Right.
this
But
is
that,
preterism.
that is clear to you means
Yes.
you have ideas of what the Messiah is going to do and what the
Is
Messianic
going
age
to
is going
do,
to
yes.
look like.
And those things haven't
Right.
happened.
So that's not ambiguous then. You were saying that was ambiguous before.
No.
Right? Like
the things, there are things that the Messiah is going to do, right? Which is not like, how ambiguous is it that like knowledge of God will cover the earth as the waters cover the sea? That's not ambiguous.
no, but I think that's happened. That's the one we keep coming back to
knowledge
that I
of
think has
God
happened and you think hasn't.
You hold on. You think knowledge of God covers the earth as the waters cover the seas?
Yeah, I think every atheist in the world today, the God they don't believe in is the God of Israel.
I dare believe that there are all kinds of people in Tamil Nadu and in rural China and
Compared to when those words were spoken?
on sense compared, but again, this is like, it is not something that has happened. And I was very surprised. Gamliel in Acts 5. It's like, it's right there. Why can't the Christians like just read their own Bible? Like, it's right there.
Well, the problem with your criticism there is that you're assuming Jewish Christianity is the only Christianity that counts. And therefore, since Jewish Christianity was stomped out by the Romans, Gentile Christianity doesn't count, even if in the future Jewish Christianity is restored.
Well, hold on. No. Again, I think it's perfectly fine if sometime in the future Jesus ends up being revealed as the Messiah. Like, I don't mind that. I really don't. And I think like that this is the big secret that Rabbi Skobach, although he said it and he said it publicly 10 years ago, and I keep on sending people to that video, knowing that once that video, if that video ever becomes popular, suddenly Rabbi Skobach's gonna, like, he's gonna be in hot water. But like, it's, the fact is, while Orthodox Judaism like has kind of been like, yeah, that's the dividing line, that's not the dividing line. It really isn't. Like, if you believe that Jesus will be the Messiah, right? There is, I do not believe there is an actual rabbinic court, an actual rabbinic decisor who says that believing that Jesus will be the Messiah is something that is forbidden even to Jews, much less Gentiles.
So then what are we arguing about?
That's what I'm wondering. That's what I keep on saying. Like, what exactly, like, in your view, in the way you represent Christianity to me, right? It seems like it's very clear that, like, all you need to do is go and convince the rest of Christianity to actually, like, proudly proclaim the types of things that you say. And like, I honestly, like, I have to wonder if you were to go to Rabbi Shirky and say and explain your beliefs clearly, if he would not feel obligated and in fact very happy to like give you a ta'udah give you a certificate of like being a Noahide, being a Ger Tosha, right? Like, for all intents and purposes, I think Rabbi Steinsaltz, right, if he was still alive, based on I sent you what he wrote, like he would be like, this is perfect. Like this is the type of Christian we want in this world, right? But your understanding of things is really not like. I think a lot of Christians are very, very shocked by the things you say, including when you came on and my channel and like said, stop arguing with Jacob about whether these prophecies have been, whether Jesus has fulfilled these prophecies.
What? But again, yeah, I say a lot of things that trigger Protestants. Like,
and Catholics.
And some Catholics. Yeah.
And a lot of Ortho Bros.
Yeah, a lot of Ortho Bros.
I don't know. They don't really come after me so much. They mostly go after Father Andrew.
Michael.
He's not wrong.
So the Ortho Bros hate Father Andrew more than they hate you?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's pretty bad.
By a lot. Yeah.
He gets a lot of flack. Poor guy.
Well, the Ortho Bros, I mean,
They
again,
mostly don't mention me at all.
Oh, I can attest to this. I was on Jay Dyer's Discord one time, and one person asked about Father Stephen's book, like whether or not Jay recommends it. Jay Dyer did not utter a single word, literal silence, and then just waited for the next question and then moved on.
Why?
I don't know.
Which book was it?
It was Religion of the Apostles.
Oh my god!
Like
What a game.
I've never had a negative encounter with any. I haven't encountered most of those folks at all.
Good.
And I haven't had a negative encounter with them. I don't spend my time going after them.
Well,
They pretty much ignore me. So
it's I think Peugeot does a really good job of tackling this topic. It's like, look, people end up in the church for all sorts of reasons, and it's not pure, right? And it's the shepherds, right, within the parishes that have to take these newcomers in and help orient their attention, right? It's like, good, you got all this energy, right? You got all this zeal. Let's work on it, right? Let's work on it and work on your heart, right? Like all of us.
What was I going to ask? It was about the Ortho Bros.
but yeah, I don't get real pushback from Orthodox circles. Like the stuff I say that gets Orthodox, there's a little group of people who are really mad that I say negative things about Samson. That's honestly the biggest pushback I've ever gotten about anything from anyone Orthodox. And that's a little group of online people.
And
who are
universalism.
obsessed with Samson.
And universalism.
And a little bit with the
What? You're not a universalist, are you?
No.
No, there's Orthodox people who are, though.
Mhm.
Oh,
I mean, Orthodox. You know.
And they, get grumpy at me about it. But that's
okay. That's their problem.
yeah. And that's a tiny group of people. I don't get a ton of pushback from Orthodox.
Yeah, they call Father Stephen an infernalist.
Yes.
I mean, there's only one guy who does do that. So.
We do have a universal, like a lot of our Eastern Orthodox tend toward universalism, but I don't think they're the type to actually like call other people infernalists.
Well, my position is actually, and I've said this publicly several times, universalism may turn out to be true, but you can't be a universalist. It may be in the end that God saves everyone. That may be what actually happens. But in terms of how I live my life and my repentance and my thing, I have to live as if that's not the case, at least for myself.
But one question: how do you distinguish that from like apokatastasis, though? That like
From what?
apokatastasis. Yeah, I think it's the idea that
Apokatastasis? Is that what you're saying?
yes.
Okay. Apokatastasis is the view that Origen held, that everything was going to be reconciled to God. Like the demons would all repent, right? The devil would repent, everyone would repent, and that this was necessary. That's what was condemned.
Man, it seems like we
Was
gotta
this
get-
idea that there was some necessity that God wouldn't be God or God wouldn't be good if that didn't happen.
Which might be part of what that Jordan Daniel Wood guy is on about.
Yeah, and so anytime you try and put necessity on God, I'm going to tap out immediately.
Yeah.
Right. Anytime you say God has to,
Sounds like a bad
like,
Bart.
so that's how I would differentiate it. Right. God is free. Right. And that's why I say he may end up.
It's a question more of in his sovereignty.
Yeah, he may end up saving everyone. Hopefully, right? But
God,
he
God,
doesn't have to.
God's pretty good at getting things done.
Yeah, like I can't sit here and tell him he has to. You know, like you get David Bentley Hart being really petulant about this in his books. Like, oh well, if that's who you are, then I won't believe in you. Like he cares, right? Like, you know, that's. You know, it's kind of like a child throwing a tantrum. You know, it's like, okay, look, right? Like, I too hope that all will be saved, right? But
So your curriculum on Romans, like when is that coming out? What form is it coming out in? Can we listen to your presentation in front of the patriarch? Somebody must have recorded it.
they did record that presentation. I don't know where it's going to end up getting posted. The curriculum for all the different grade levels is going to be on the Antiochian Archdiocese webpage, probably near the end of August, beginning of September, for use in Sunday schools.
Beautiful.
Father, quick question. How do you reconcile annihilationism being like the usual view with eternal conscious atonement?
I don't believe in either of those, for the record. But the problem with annihilationism is that you look at passages that talk about eternal death, and you're like, oh, well, that means annihilationism. Because death means you cease to exist, right? It's like, well, wait, no, that's not actually what death means, right? The scripture is that you cease to exist.
But that is
Right.
what most scholars hold, right?
No. I mean, there's individuals.
I
There's
don't know.
individuals.
I don't know how you get polls of most scholars. Like,
Right. Right.
Yeah,
But that's not like a majority view that St. Paul believed in annihilationism at all.
No,
I have to say about Trey, he listens to a lot of bad YouTube channels.
Oh,
So,
Like Destiny.
right.
like Barter.
That's right. That's right. I got you.
So the way St. John of Damascus sums this up is that the scriptures talk about two kinds of death: physical death and spiritual death. Physical death is the separation of the body from the soul. Spiritual death is the separation of the soul from God. Okay. And contrary to the way we usually think about it as modern people, we think physical death is the real death and spiritual death is like a metaphor, right? But the scriptures, it's actually the opposite. Spiritual death is the real death. The soul being separated from God is the real death. And then physical death results from that. Adam and Eve being an example, right? Like physical death comes down the line, right? And so since that's what death means, those two things are what death means, annihilationism is kind of right out, right? Like ceasing to exist is not what death means in the scriptures, right? And eternal conscious torment, the problem with that is it implies, number one, a view of eternity, which is an endless succession of moments,
Mhm.
a view of consciousness that is human consciousness is going to be identical in eternity to what it is now. And torment implies that someone is actively tormenting them, God or demons or someone, right? And I don't believe any of those three things. So
What okay, calm down.
All right.
What happens to the OCA documents that people I did a response video. I'm not sure if you saw that.
yeah. Well, it's now been described as a living document. Meaning they're going to keep tinkering with it and editing it as people pull it apart, basically, is my understanding.
Context? What's this OCA document that we're talking about?
Oh, you haven't seen that? There's an OCA catechism document.
Okay.
That it was mostly written by Father Lawrence Farley, who some may know is not a big fan of mine, for reasons I won't go into here.
I have not known.
Portions of it were written by friends of mine. And the portions of it that were written by friends of mine, you could see some things there that might remind you of stuff I've said. But yeah, it's now been declared to be a living document that will grow and change over time as people
Good PR move.
critique it. Yeah. That's
Oh, see, when so you and Jacob earlier were talking about let's say it's like the Messiah being known throughout all the earth, right? And so when you're
the knowledge of God, yeah.
Yes, yeah. Well, when Paul in Romans 2 is pointing at like those that are not exposed to the law and that which is on their heart, right? Do you see that as directly related?
I actually think in Romans 2 he's talking about pre-Christianity Gentiles. Right. So Romans 1, he kind of lets rip with, hey, Gentile Christians, don't start getting uppity. Here's all the stuff you were up to until very recently. Right? All the things you were doing. Right. And then in Romans 2, he kind of turns to the Jewish Christians and says, okay, yeah, you guys had the Torah. You weren't maybe getting up to all that, but did you keep the Torah? Right, because as he points out there, and he doesn't say this was only true in the past, he says it's not the hearers but the doers of the Torah who are justified.
Hear and obey.
And then he points to, he says, there were some of those Gentiles, maybe not a ton, but there were some of those Gentiles who, even though they didn't have the Torah, they kept the righteous requirements of the Torah that applied to them as Gentiles, right? They lived in a way that was pleasing to God. And so they functioned as a Torah unto themselves, right? So he's kind of saying, before you Jewish Christians start picking on the Gentile Christians, right, you need to look at your own, how well you kept Torah. And hey, aren't there a few of those Gentiles who probably did a better job than you did, even though you should have known much better, right? And that's why then after that, St. Paul has to turn around and say, well, okay, then what advantage is there to being Jewish? And he says, everything, everywhere, in every way, right? Ours are the covenants, right? The Torah, the command, right? Goes to the prophets, right? And goes through all of those advantages. But for him, those advantages make the Jewish people more accountable for how they actually lived than the Gentiles were, because the Gentiles were ignorant.
Is this why we have like half icons of like, Marcus Aurelius and Plato and all the righteous people?
On the outside of the...
Yeah, the narthex, yeah.
Yeah, the idea that
Well, for time, okay, so for these Gentiles, for someone not exposed to the law, right, and yet they encounter the law written on their heart, can they? Is it something that might be, in a sense, fair to say they have the ability, they encounter the law written on their heart because Christ defeated death by death. It's like an origin story in some sense of how that's even possible.
Well, yeah, ultimately, yeah, we would say that's in Christ. But in Romans, St. Paul gets back to that in Romans 10. And if you look up the psalm he quotes, right, he says, and have they not heard, referring to the Gentiles. Right. And he says, and he quotes the psalm, right, their sound has gone forth into all the earth, and their words to the end of the universe, which is, he's quoting the Greek. But if you go to the Hebrew of the psalm, it's actually their line has gone out. And if you read the whole psalm, it's talking about the stars in the heavens, right? And the line is like the meridian in the zodiac.
Mm-hmm.
And it's talking about, that's the psalm that begins with, the heavens declare the glory of God.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, and St. Paul is not a modernist, nor is he just talking about astrology, right? But he's talking about the fact that these Gentile nations had these heavenly intermediaries, right, to shepherd them to God, right? And so they weren't ultimately completely ignorant. And so for Romans, that's where that knowledge potentially came from. That's how a Gentile in Rome who had never come anywhere near Judea could know it's wrong to murder, right? That idols don't have the power to do anything for you since they can't dress themselves, right? Like that, right? That sexual immorality is wrong, right? That they should be married to one wife, that they should, right? Which we can manifestly see plenty of people who have never heard anything about the scriptures that know that much,
which is
right,
always an encountering with the Son of Man, right? So like
ultimately, yes,
right,
yes, because for us, it's the ultimate intermediary is the Logos.
Mm-hmm. So just to tack onto that a little bit, in some of these weirder circles within YouTube, like the Stoa, there's these folks that have been tracking down or putting together these like mappings of egregores, right? So they're like, here,
yeah,
it's fine. So one of the things that they pointed at that I thought that was pretty interesting as a way to talk about it is, and that I think probably resonates with the pagan Gentiles, was how all these other inferior Elohim, let's say, are parasitic, right? Which stands in contrast to the Son of Man, who not only is not parasitic, will not take you over like the way road rage takes you over, right? But the Son of Man not only is not parasitic, he actually incarnates and walks with you, right? And that would be very distinct to those pagan Gentiles in understanding how significantly different that is, and how that is potentially like an impact of a way to communicate Evangelion itself, right? Like this is the victory. This is to walk with, to not be taken over by these other things, and that the only freedom from that which takes you over is that who would walk with you.
Yeah, I think the inversion goes even further than that, because I think we're ultimately talking about an inversion of predation, right? Of life sort of feeding on life, right? And this predatory turn that humanity takes. I think we haven't given enough attention to what goes on in the Torah in terms of people's diet and the whole eating and drinking blood thing, and why that's still prohibited even when eating animals becomes allowed, right? That there's this limit put on predatoriness. And what's the opposite of being predatory? Opposite of being predatory is offering one's life for another, right? And that's why that's what's going on in Jacob's favorite book, Hebrews, when it talks about the blood that speaks a better word than that of Abel, right? Abel's blood calls out for justice, right, from the ground. And then you have, right, martyric blood, right, that is still martyric blood, but that calls out for peace and forgiveness, right? And
But Abel's blood did that too. I mean, that's
ultimately, yeah.
That's part of Abel being righteous, is that he loves his brother.
Right? He loves Cain, yeah, and doesn't want vengeance.
He is his brother's keeper.
Yeah. That's why I said justice, not vengeance. That's
okay.
Not the same thing. Yeah.
So my sticking point with Paul, just if you can explain Romans 7, like that analogy just sticks in my craw. Like I can't, like, how?
Yeah. We may have to wait for another, because that'll take me a minute.
Okay.
But when you've talked about it before, I think the key thing I'm going to want to get at when we look at that is going to be tracing the pronouns. Who's dead? What's dead? Right? Who's alive? Right? Yeah, because I think a lot of the confusion is that the way you've heard that interpreted is misapplying the pronouns.
Okay.
Super random question. We were talking about the knowledge of God filling the earth. You've read the Grand Inquisitor.
Yep.
Part of what I love about the Grand Inquisitor is that it talks about the silence of God, right? That it's actually the silence of God that leads the Grand Inquisitor to repentance. When the knowledge of God fills the earth, is there God's silence?
So the way I understand it, right, is that the knowledge we're talking about there of God is relational knowledge, not like factual knowledge or knowledge about.
Mm-hmm.
It's not saying, oh, people are going to know a bunch more things about God than they know now.
Mm-hmm.
It's saying they're going to know God,
mm-hmm.
which is categorically different, right? Like, my wife's doctor knows more facts about my wife than me, right? She's looked at her blood work, right? She's looked at all the, right, all these detail things, right? But I know my wife in a way different than my doctor knows her, right? And so I think the knowledge of God that we're talking about there is knowing God.
Mm-hmm.
And you can know someone very well and they can still be silent. In fact, the better you know someone, the more they can be silent.
Mm-hmm. But will we know God face to face, or will we know God?
God the Father?
My God, I know him face to face.
Right, but who's the him?
Paraclete, though, the Holy Spirit, that's my assumption, is that the Orphan. Sort of the Holy Spirit filling all men instead of just select few during the Old Covenant.
So I'll give the Jewish answer. It says, cannot see God's face and live. And the priestly blessing is that God turns his face towards you. And when actually it happens that death is actually defeated, then we will not, in a sense, we will no longer be living. And so we will see God's face.
See, I didn't think that's where that was going.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
that is the explanation of God shows Moses the back of his head.
Right. But so, follow-up question. Is God's face a hypostasis in that answer?
Definitely.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
that's-
Okay.
that-
Yeah. No. Then. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, like, obviously, it's God's face.
Right.
Although, yeah, it is
Right.
the pone. It is how you turn.
Right.
It's not atzmos and ahus. It's not.
Right. You're right. And that's why I was asking about God the Father, right? It's like, no, you're not going to behold the divine essence, right? As a human. Right.
No, you will be the divine essence as a human.
But then that's not a hypostasis, right? At least the way you've normally used it, right?
Well, you will be. Look, so this is what in Hasidic philosophy is called bittul, right? So how do you achieve theosis? By being nullified to God and being a merkava, right, a chariot, and as a chariot is null to its rider. If God is riding you, right, as a chariot, right, then yeah, I mean, in a sense, you are the hypostasis. Like, you become the hypostasis.
Is that understanding more akin to like hypostasis, or would that be like emanation though? Because I feel like you talk more about emanation, but you use the word hypostasis.
Okay, so even in the world of emanation, so now we're getting into deep Hasidic teaching, and I don't know how interested
I'm interested.
you are.
I'm interested.
So you have the worlds of emanation, and you have the world of creation, and the world of formation, and the worlds of action. Okay, and they correspond to the Tetragrammaton, right? And the point of all of it is that ultimately Adnut will be in Malchut, meaning the lordship of God will be in the lordship of God will be in action, in the worlds of action, right? And so we exist simultaneously in the world of emanation, creation, formation, and action, but there are breaks, and the break ultimately is between the world of emanation and the world of creation, right? So there is an absolute break, because in the worlds of emanation, in the heavens, there can be no sin. There can be no rebellion. There can be no going against God. And that is the break into creation. And in the world of creation, formation, and then action, and that's why there are sins which cause spiritual excitation, right? Because then where you are in the world of action is being cut off from the world of emanation. But when it is all aligned, right, emanation is aligned all the way down into action, that is when you end up with the kingdom of heaven on earth, as the kingdom of God on earth as it is in heaven. And that is what it means that the beginning is wedged in the end. That Keter Malchut, that the crown comes all the way down to the ground.
Yeah. So it's almost as if the form and the particular are united.
Okay.
So I want to go back to, because this is where I'm curious.
Yeah.
How familiar are you with the Roman Catholic doctrine of the beatific vision?
Ooh, fun.
Not at all.
Okay. So this is where I'm trying to differentiate. I'm trying to see if you're where this is going. So when you talk about beholding the divine essence,
Yeah.
do you mean you are going to behold God himself above or beyond or past all the divine names, all the hypostases, right? Like, is that, or are you going to behold him face to face in the sense that his face is a hypostasis, right?
So Chizayon, right? So you have the visions of the prophets, right? And that's what it means to have Ruach HaKodesh. That's what it means for there to be indwelling of the Holy Spirit, is that Chizayon. And so when you imagine godliness not with your physical eyes, are you seeing what you are imagining? It is an image, right? And so when there is true knowledge of God, true knowledge of God means that you are animated by God. It is an intimate knowledge of God. And that is being animated by God. And so I don't think of it as me existing. And this is actually why I keep on going back to Elokai Neshama, right? There's this prayer which is already mentioned in the Talmud. So and it appears to be very ancient, which Jews are supposed to start the day with, which is, my God, the soul which you have given me is pure, right? So who is speaking there? When you say, my God, the soul which you have given me is pure. And that's what it means to see God, is to see, it says God breathed our souls into our nostrils, whatever that means, right? And what's the way the Alter Rebbe explains that, the first rabbi of Chabad, is Man denapach mitoche napach. The one who breathed deeply. The soul is chelak elokah mimal mamish. It is truly in it. The soul itself, if it animates you, that it is animating God's will, animated by God's will. God's will is kotzo shel yud. It is It is the tip of that yud. It is the tip of the tetragrammaton. So when you are animated by God, if you are truly animated by God, then there's an indwelling of God in you that is just beyond all creation.
So, and this is after bodily resurrection.
At any moment, if you truly are right now, right, and that is the understanding of the word tzaddik, right? And I just ordered Geza Vermes' autobiography. He apparently said Jesus was just a Hasidic rabbi. 2,000 years ago. And like the way we explain at tzaddik, right? We explain tzaddik yesod olam, that a righteous person is the foundation of the earth, right? Is that at the moment that you are truly performing God's will completely, that you are animated in a merkava, a chariot to God's will, like you are Tselem Elohim. You are the hypostasis.
Right. And our understanding of theosis, there's visions within this life. But I'm saying when we're talking about like the eternal vision of God, right? Mm-hmm. And seeing God face to face as you were speaking of, right? This is after a bodily resurrection. I know they seem like weird questions, but in Orthodox theology, there's some real technical stuff that I'm trying to get at.
I think Jacob's saying that this is a state that can occur at any time.
Right. No, right. And we have the vision of Christ in uncreated glory and stuff with many of our saints too. Yeah. That's what I'm pointing to. But I'm trying to get at some St. Gregory Palamas stuff, right? To see where
separation of soul,
the relationship between that and the Jewish view. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay.
What that ultimately came down to is the ultimate vision of God because of the bodily resurrection. Is it with our eyes, right? Is it an embodied thing? And this is over against the Roman Catholic view of the beatific vision, which is a disembodied apprehension of the essence of God. I may be getting too technical into.
No, it sounds like not. You're describing what you're describing as the Catholic vision sounds Gnostic to me.
Yeah.
Well, I might agree with you.
The Catholic soul is kind of Gnostic though too.
Like if ultimately part of my problem with Paul, and I don't know him that well, but it seems to be he's the one who seems to be talking like spiritual bodies in a way that is like almost not that doesn't include a bodily resurrection, right? And that was the main fight, right? So like
no, but I think that's ultimately clear in St. Paul. There's parts of 1 Corinthians 15, if not taken in the whole argument, where I can see where you can get that. And there were Gnostic readings of Paul, right? Like there were historically.
The Paulicians too.
Like, but I think ultimately because and that's primarily because he's using Jesus' resurrection is the paradigm. And the Gospels go to great pains of having Jesus eating, for example, right? And doing things to prove that it was bodily, right? And so that's sort of his taking off point, right?
I mean, ultimately, I think like when you talk about transfiguration, right? When you talk about Jesus and Elijah and Moses, and like it wasn't after the resurrection that Jesus was transfigured,
Right.
and that transfiguration, like, and I don't understand how Christians really deal with that, like. How is the transfiguration like I don't understand how you go incarnation, transfiguration, death, resurrection, ascension, like all of these things at each point seem to nullify the others.
Right. So the typical interpretation, at least liturgically, of the Transfiguration is that this was a revelation that was given to the disciples because they were about to witness the crucifixion. And one of the best ways to tell in the first century that somebody was a fake Messiah was that the Romans crucified them. Right? That was kind of like your first tip off. They crucified a lot of would-be messiahs, right? And so this was a revelation that was given to them of his identity, so that when they witnessed this, they would know who he was, wait for the resurrection, right?
But they didn't.
And they didn't get it. And in the Gospels, they keep saying, yeah, we didn't get it. That they all took off. But that's how it's interpreted in like the liturgical hymns surrounding the Transfiguration, which we celebrate on Sunday, this coming Sunday. But yeah, so it's sort of in tandem with that.
Can you flesh out how they seem to nullify each other, Jacob?
Like, okay, if you have the ascension, like, why does Jesus need to be incarnated if all that happens is then he ascends to heaven and you can't see him? Like, what's the point of the incarnation when you have the ascension? What's the point of like resurrection when you have ascension and when you have like incarnation? Like all of it, like, I mean, I have so many problems with all of it, starting with even the idea that it would somehow be good for, like, I don't even comprehend how being born of a virgin is somehow something that it makes someone more messianic, more divine. Like, the point of the Messiah is that he represents God in the world in human form. Like, so why the child of a virgin? I just don't get it. Like,
Yeah.
how
Well, that has to do with the core of Mariology from the 2nd century. St. Irenaeus has this laid out, is the idea of the Theotokos of Mary as the second Eve. And that sort of the redemption of womanhood is accomplished through her. Right. So if right? When you look at Adam and Eve, it's Adam transgressing that seals the deal, right? Eve transgresses first. She participates in Adam's transgression, but he's the decisive moment.
You know the rabbinic interpretation is actually that Adam transgresses first, right?
By not
By
yeah.
by telling her something that is not from
inaccurately reporting the commandment. Yeah. But she participates in it, right? And the idea being that when the Archangel Gabriel comes to Mary and says, hey, this is what's going to happen, right? She agrees to it. She is obedient to it. And so there's this inversion of Eve's disobedience with her obedience that brings her into participation in what Christ is doing. St. John brings this out a lot in his gospel. Through the whole early part of the gospel, over and over again, Jesus keeps calling her woman. Like, woman, right?
Mhm.
And, because if you've read Genesis in Hebrew, you know she was Isha, right? For most of the story. And then after the tree, right, then her name becomes Eve because she's the mother of all living. Right. And in St. John's Gospel, it's woman, 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 woman. And then when she's standing at the cross, Christ says, behold your mother. Right.
So what do you think of this idea that Jesus and Mary are in a sense married?
In the sense of there being this parallel, and in the sense of Mary being a representation of the people of God, right, who are his bride all through the Hebrew Scriptures. Yes. Right. But so that's, and some of the church fathers even point out, right, that both Mary and Eve were virgins when Mary, right, was obedient and when Eve was disobedient. So a lot of it is related to her being this holy, right, chosen person, right, who was dedicated to, and this is the ever virgin part that Protestants used to get but don't get anymore. So the idea is it's not like she just gave birth to Jesus and she was like, okay, my work is done here, now I can go and right, but that she remained dedicated to God and to him throughout the rest of her life, right, up until the time of her death. And she shows up in the book of Acts as a major part of the church, along with St. James and other members of Jesus' immediate family. So this wasn't just sort of a one-off where she was like the birthing canal. She was the birthing person, as they want to say now, right? And then
they call her just a vessel.
Yeah, and that's it, right? But so yeah, there was what was the name of that show? The British show.
Good Omens?
No. Good Omens. No, Justin Brierley's show.
Oh, Unbelievable?
Yeah, Unbelievable, where they had sort of a feminist woman and then sort of another more conservative Protestant guy on there. And at one point in the discussion, because he's talking about masculinity in terms of Jesus, right? And him showing what masculinity should be. And she says to him, well, what am I supposed to do? Look at the Virgin Mary for how to be feminine? And I'm sitting there going, well, I mean, there's worse ideas than that, right? Like,
Jezebel.
yeah, you can go a lot worse ways with that than using her, right? Like, that's. But from her perspective, as sort of a liberal Protestant or progressive Protestant, like that was ridiculous, right? Like to think you would look at the Virgin Mary, you know. So yeah, I think there's a lot of that going on there. Legitimately, the way the Gospels lay it out, and that it's not a question of, oh, sex is icky, so Jesus can't possibly have been right born due to sex, because first of all, the Theotokos Mary herself was born from the sexual relations of her parents. St. John the Forerunner, St. John the Baptist, born from the sexual relations of his parents. Right, that doesn't make you sinful de facto. Contra Augustinianism in the West.
But doesn't it make you impure though, right?
No.
No? Okay.
Well, I think he's trying to get at you can't commune the morning before, or you know.
Right. Well, that's just, I mean, that's from the Torah, right? You're spent. You have bodily fluids leave you. You're unclean. You have to wash and
But it's not the
restore
relations
yourself
in of
before you
themselves.
approach God. Like that's just.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like.
Okay.
Actually, we say that when it comes to sexual relations, that it's called Tevilat Ezra. It is considered a rabbinic enactment of Ezra, and does not, from the Torah, cause impurity itself. And there's reasons for that. But I am going to kind of wrap this up. So if there was anything that needed to be said, we should say it. And then I am going to actually end this stream.
Oh, I have one
All
last
should bear witness to Andrew's acceptance of Chalcedon
Chalcedon?
in public view of everyone.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. You know, Andrew, we received pops through confession.
Confession.
You don't have to be
Confession. You don't need to be chrismated or rebaptized. You can just walk on in, make a confession like you did tonight on this stream, and be received into
So
Orthodox
Father Stephen, one of the things we've been working on with Andrew, of him being less Protestant, is which church he goes to has more to do with where his community is than what the thoughts in his brain are.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Is he kissing priests' hands yet?
I tried to. Yeah, we're working on it. We're working on it.
Okay.
Oh.
What do you mean you tried to
Yeah.
fail to kiss the priest's hand?
You know,
Is it like Fonzie trying to say I'm sorry? Like what's happening?
I went for it, and then I'm pretty sure he thought it was the whole like you tap the priest's hand and then bring it to your mouth, right? So like, yeah.
It's because you're thinking about it. Just
yeah. Uh-huh.
You're overthinking it.
Yeah. What can you do? Yeah.
You'll figure it out eventually.
Well, no, he doesn't need to figure it out. He just needs to not think.
Yeah, just do.
Mm-hmm.
Get into a state of flow.
And then I don't know if we answered this. I'm probably just too dumb, but like, when the world is filled with the knowledge of God, do I still get my silence of God or no? Like,
Well, yeah,
I was saying yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, because the knowledge of God is more the Holy Spirit.
The more you know someone, the more they can be silent.
It's so funny because I keep on telling Andrew precisely that. Like that it's and frankly, like I've been telling like all the guys around here who are looking for a wife to have a debate with, like, no. Like your wife is not a debate partner. Like, you're looking for a wife you can be silent with.
Yeah. Because your wife will win. You'll think you're winning, but she's filing things away. And then there will come a day when those files will be opened and you will be destroyed.
Okay, I am going to end this.
I have one brief thing. Jacob, in our last stream, you acknowledged that Father Stephen and I look alike.
You do look alike.
That is a horrible insult.
It's
to
the
me,
cheeks.
for the
It's
record.
the cheeks. It's the cheeks.
Yep.
It's the cheeks.
Yep.
It is. Yeah.
The sideburns too.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't like it because
Button chop.
technically my ancestors are mostly Spaniard and his ancestors are mostly Dutch.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, there's that.
Okay.
I have a more
so
full
saying that we
beard
look
than
alike
you.
is telling him
That's
he
true.
looks like a Spaniard.
Mm.
Well, there are all of the Sephardic Jews who ended up in the Netherlands after.
Yeah. Actually, my mom's side, they're in Al-Andalus, so there's a possibility, Jacob. You know.
Something like 20% of all Hispanic people have Jewish blood in.
Yeah, there's a possibility. At least
Yeah.
one out of chance.
The DNA DNA has actually shown that much larger percentage, there were a lot of Jews who just left the Jewish community and just melted into
Well, it's because of the Inquisition.
Gentile. But we didn't really seem to realize how many Jews just decided, okay, I'm going to be a Gentile and nobody's gonna know. And it wasn't I'm Jewish in this city and I'm converting to, because those people generally were never accepted. It was more along the lines of somebody goes to a new city and he just starts going to church and doesn't say anything to anybody, and nobody realizes he was ever Jewish and just melts away. Okay, I am going to end this broadcast.
All right. Good night.
Good night.